Oh, good, my microphone was muted, so you didn't hear any of that. Oh my god, right, okay, I was just saying, typical, right? First few messages, the real messages, were sent on Kick yesterday, and they didn't get through to me. So apologies if you've been watching on Kick and I haven't responded. I had a look at Miku's code yesterday, and she was throwing an exception on a date time string passing function. So we've put that inside of a try catch block, and then hopefully we will then we reroute it and then go and just get a refresh token anywhere. So I'm hoping that will fix that. There was also some issues with Miku on the multiple song startup countdown thing, right? So I built her out anyway. So let's just start by testing that and see what we get. Oh, not another one. No! Everything that can go wrong. Everything that can go wrong does go wrong. Every single thing that can go wrong does go wrong. How do I find out what track this is? Right, just give me a second. Right, the problem is I don't know how am I meant to know what song that is? I don't really log. Maybe I need to record the songs that are being played.
Didn't you hear this overflowing in the bathroom?
No?
The sink hasn't gone down fucking up and it's...
Oh, the Bill stuffs it with his hair, doesn't he? Oh, is it? Do you want a hand? Just give me a second. Oh. Yeah, just give me a second. I had the tap running, but I didn't know it was going
down a bit. I just found the tap because when I finished cleaning,
yeah,
I threw the sink out. And
well, I was going to get the door. It's just you don't give me any time to respond. You think I can teleport? I had a bottle in between my legs.
I didn't know that. I can't see.
You just came in and spoke to me while I was doing it previously. You saw I was doing that. But it's either way, like you can't just expect people to teleport when you shout something. You've got to wait for them to get up and react.
Well, this is not because I had to move the door.
Yeah, but I was going to get the door and you said it doesn't matter, and then went down. Right, so unless I want to go through, and you can't see me, give me a second.
Just before you start again, then phone line's going to be obsolete now in the kitchen.
Right.
He said the only thing that will work on it is a cordless phone. So if I decide to have some cordless phones in the kitchen and the bedroom one will be the same, that'll be obsolete. Will you help me set them up?
So you're not going to be using. So you're not going to use the same phone line anymore.
Yeah, the cordless one will work in the room still, but the phone lines themselves, the bedroom one, the kitchen ones on the wall run off the phone line from the telegraph pole, so that way.
Because the way phones work, they use something. I think it's called a REM.
A REM.
Yeah, and you have to have.
You still
have to have a port for the new ones.
Line, can't you?
Yeah, but you still need. You still need to split the line or something.
Set cordless ones up, they'll work.
No, maybe because they'll work wirelessly or something. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we can look at it later. Yeah, let me.
Yeah, but I mean, not now, but.
Yeah, I can't now.
I don't want to do away with all the phones in the house. I mean, you just only have one phone.
Yeah, well, I don't know why that doesn't really make sense. They shouldn't really be taking anything off you to put new internet in.
Well, that phone line is the main phone line into the house off the telegraph pole, so because they're taking over that, aren't they?
Well, no, it should be separate fibre. It's supposed to be fibre internet, so it's not supposed to use the phone. It's not supposed to use the phone line.
He's going to move the router as well, because that's off that line. See, he's putting it in the room for me now. That's what he's doing.
Right, so in order to find out what audio track that was, which wasn't a useful audio track because it had talking in it, unless I want to go through and check manually, which I just don't have the time to do, 1,222 audio files, which obviously I don't have time to do, then we need some other solution in place.
That shouldn't have happened, that. Because that sink doesn't go down like that, and you have cleaned it out with football cleaner and everything.
I know I've told you before, it's because Bill stuffs his
Well, it wants,
hair in there. I use a dish and put it in the bin.
well, it wants another
It's
bit.
obviously going to bulky plug all. Right,
Right, next start.
I don't know how I would find the tracks that have talking in them. This whole thing is a complete nightmare, and I'm just... I don't know how I'm supposed to know which ones have talking in them. Some of them have Japanese text as well, so it's not like I can read them. So like some of these could say interview for all I know in Japanese. Oh my god. No matter what I do, there has to be some like crazy way in which it just completely winds me up. So the whole reason this folder exists, right, is because, okay, this let me give you an example of why this is so infuriating. So first, my first version of the stream had the same song that I made specifically for the stream, but it got a bit repetitive. And then also I created the new Miku AI. So I wanted Miku to do some singing, so I set Miku up to do singing, and then lo and behold, all the Miku songs were causing copyright strikes on my YouTube channel. Right, getting flagged for copyright. So I had to rip that out, even though I'd painstakingly made it, and I thought it was cool. Honestly, sometimes I just feel like I'm banging my head against a brick wall. So then I go and get Monster Cat. Now Monster Cat is supposed to be stream safe, royalty free, stream friendly. That's their whole thing, right? If we Google Monster Cat, their whole thing is meant to be copyright free, like stream friendly music, or they used to be. I don't know if they've changed what their whole thing's about, but they used to be, because I found them through an advert. I think it was on Twitch or something like that, and their whole thing was like stream safe music that wasn't going to get you flagged. Then that started getting flagged. And so I'm like, well, how can I have music in my intro without being flagged? And the only answer I could think of was to go through my iTunes library off the top of my head and find game soundtrack music. So in here I have probably a genre. If we go to new smart playlist and we go to genre, and I have soundtrack, for example. But this would probably include movie soundtracks, right? Like Full Metal Jacket, that's going to be copyrighted. But essentially I've like thought of like game soundtracks. So we've got like Genshin Impact. There's Genshin Impact. We've got Persona 4, Persona 5. There was some Hyperdimension Neptunia stuff in here. So I went and added that. And I just went through, converted them all to MP3s, added them into this big folder here. But now apparently we've got like Japanese talking in some of them, and that's just, I don't even know what it's playing. And then the other issue is that we have is it's waiting seconds and seconds before it plays the next one, which it's not supposed to do. So I need to look to see why that's happening. Also, yeah, Kick Chat died. These messages didn't get through to me. Why not? Is that working now? No, it's broken. where it didn't load Chrome. Right, it didn't load Chrome. Why didn't it load Chrome? My Python script's supposed to load Chrome, right? It probably did, and maybe I closed it. Right, why aren't messages getting through? Chrome's closing itself. Why is Chrome closing itself?
Welcome to the Play Compile live stream.
Right, something weird is happening where Chrome is no longer in focus and decides to kill itself for no reason. So that's why the messages aren't getting through. No, it has nothing to do with what he's doing. No, this is my programming I'm trying to fix. So that would be something called undetected Chrome driver, which runs in Python. So basically, let's go through the steps. So basically what we do is we call a script in cdump, and the script should be kick chat, and I think it's one of these scripts here. Execute, install, read. It's probably reader.python. I think it's reader.python. So if we take a look at the Python code here, we use something called undetected Chrome driver. That is what is launching my channel's chat room into a web browser, which it basically creates like a fake webhook on so that it can read the messages from chat. And something is causing that to close. So the first thing I'm going to try is pip. How do we update something? It's like update or upgrade or something. Pip update. Unknown command update. Okay, let me just ask Jibbity, because I'm not the greatest Python person. Okay, let me just honestly, it's just one thing after another. Right. I have a Python script which uses Chrome opens and then crashes once it loses focus, but I need a webhook to continue in the background. I'm not familiar with Python too much. How can I repair the undetected Chrome driver plugin? Okay, let's see what it says. It'll probably do like remove. It's going to be using pip, I know that much, probably. So let's just make a new chat. Ask that. Okay, if undetected Chrome driver opens Chrome but it crashes as soon as it loses focus, the issue is likely related to the way Chrome is being launched or how it's being interacted with. This can happen especially when you're running it in headless. There's a mismatch in Chrome version driver or settings. I mean, it was working fine before. Why did these things just suddenly die for no reason? Make sure you're launching Chrome properly. Well, it worked before. That's not what I asked you, is it? I'm not asking you, can you fix the script? The script was fine the other day. So the only thing I can imagine is that there's something wrong with the undetected Chrome driver. Here we go. Run this in your terminal. Pip install upgrade. So we use -- upgrade. This was the thing I wasn't sure about. All right, let's try that. I guess another thing we could do is we could try to run the script. Kick chat. We could try to run the script from command line and see if there's any issues there. So we want to call Python on reader.py or reader. And then we should see Chrome open, which we do. And then it crashes. Right, here we go. So this is probably what's happening when we call our script. Okay, so we get trace back most recent call last. So reader.python line 17 in module. Undetected Chrome driver. Okay. Let's just send this back to GBT. I tried running the script. Okay. I tried upgrade and it finished. Then I tried running the script in command line and I got this error back. Okay, let's see what it says. Thanks for providing the traceback. This is a common but critical version mismatch error between Chrome and the Chrome driver bundled with the undetected Chrome driver. Problem summary. This version of Chrome driver only supports Chrome version 138. Current browser version is 137.0.7151. What? So I'm using an older version of Chrome than what it supports. How the hell does that even happen? I could understand if an older version updated to a newer version, but I don't understand how the version has gotten lower than what it supports. That is weird. You can manually specify the Chrome version when creating this driver. Okay, so let's have a look at our script. Where's it putting that? Oh, I've got a thing here that I commented out. There's two lines here that I commented out, but one of them says binary location, and I kept a copy of a specific version of Chrome. You can see there within this folder, probably because that, let's see if that works again. And then also, yes, we were running it in headless at some point. Probably won't do it in headless, because headless basically means invisible, right? Which, if it's working well, then we could probably eventually do that. But while it's having problems, it's probably better if we can see it so we can see what it's doing. So I've made that change. Let's run it again. Okay, then we get... Could not determine browser executable. Make sure the browser is installed in the default location. So we said it was in cdump kick chat. No. Cdump Chrome application Chrome. Does that still exist? Cdump Chrome application. Chrome. Ah, Chrome is now empty. So it... How the hell did that happen? It got killed and removed. Oh my god, this is great news. So what version does it want? It seems to want a specific version, right? Okay, this version of Chrome driver only supports Chrome version 138. Okay, so can we just download Chrome 138? Which I must have had at some point. So how that's disappeared, I have no idea. Download Chrome 138. Chrome 138 beta. Chrome for developers. Chrome 138 release notes. What's new in Chrome 138? Okay, can we download it? How all this just breaks by itself, I have no idea. And it's so stupid, right? Because clearly I've come across this issue in the past. I had this version of Chrome specifically put away from everything else so that it wouldn't get updated with the normal version of Chrome, the one that I might be using. And still things go astray, right? And some things like deleted it. And how this happens, I have no idea. It's kind of worrying when you think that some things going into my personal folders and deleting things like my Chrome that I specifically downloaded for it. Where do you download these from? Like, there's 7,000 pages of information here about the item, but no link to the item itself. Like, what? This is just documentation about it, I think. Chrome releases. LTS. Stable channel update for Chrome OS. We don't want Chrome OS, we just want Chrome. Oh my god, this is such a pain in the ass. Right, hi everyone, we just released Chrome Stable 138 for iOS. Right, where do I download it though? Chrome releases. Search blog. Why is this website so hard to find anything? Stable channel update for desktop. Chrome 138, Windows and Mac contains a number of fixes and improvements. Yeah, where do I get it? Or is it just the latest? Is that just the latest version of Chrome? Do I just download it? Like, am I looking for something that doesn't exist? Like, is it just download Chrome? Let's open my Chrome and find out what version it is. What version is this normal version of Chrome that I would normally use? Just use that, whatever. Settings. About. This is 137. Oh, now it's updating Chrome. Right, so it's updating, I assume, from 137 to 138. So I guess it was just using my built-in Chrome anywhere. So I'm guessing now my Chrome is 138. So the short answer was we just needed to let update Chrome. Update. I don't use Chrome anymore, you see. Yeah, now we're on 138. Okay, so the short answer is probably just that I needed to let my Chrome update. Because at some point it went from 137 to 138. So let's save that so we're no longer specifying the binary location. Let's rerun the script again. This also might explain why it worked one day and then it... Right, now we're getting our kick chat. That's a good sign. That wasn't even happening before. It was just crashing. Okay, but I don't see any issue. I get my tick event. Right, that seems to have fixed it. So the short answer was... I've never had to do this before, you see, and I'm new to kick chat. So this is why I didn't know any of that. But yeah, okay, the short answer there was that I just needed to let Chrome update. Okay, so now Miku should be able to read kick chat again. So once again, apologies if you've been watching on Kick, if you posted a message and I didn't respond. These didn't come through yesterday. Now we know why. Let's load Miku, let's reload Miku and see if Miku can now read kick chat. And at least that's one thing that got fixed today. The music side of things for the intro, I cannot deal with that right now. I'm just gonna have to deal with that when I can.
Welcome to the Play Compile live stream.
Okay.
On YouTube, Tommy says, Hola.
Hola Tommy on YouTube, how are you? Alright, so we're going to do a new test from Kick.
Play Compile says, new test from Kick.
Hallelujah. Okay, we have Kick chat back. There we go. Right, so apologies to Adzelia, and I'm not apologizing to Adebayo because Adebayo was just trying to get me to spend $1,000 on Kickbots. I'm good, thanks. And apologies to Fiona Allison because you were all trying to reach me yesterday and your messages didn't get through. Okay, so now we know why. That's Kick chat fixed. At least that was a big one. I wanted to make sure that happens because people are trying to ask me questions. I don't want to just outright ignore them. Are we actually live on Kick right now? Because we're not getting a stream preview. We should be. Let me just refresh my channel. Yes, we are. Okay, that's good. All right, so that's something else that got fixed at least, right? So we just minimize that, and then that Chrome. Actually, we've got 2 of those open. We only need 1. Why do we have 2 of them open? Let me just close 1, and then make sure that it still works. Are you still working?
Are you still working?
No, I'm broken. I've been broken a long time. Right, okay, so I guess that's why we deleted... Maybe I deleted Chrome, because it now works with normal Chrome. Yeah, I guess that maybe makes sense. And why I commented out the binary location. It was a long time ago when we last streamed on Kick. Okay, so that fixes that. So... in our game, let's see where we're up to. So what I did is I added some cameras. So if we go into racetrack, so these are our 4 runners. So we have capsule A, capsule B, capsule C, and capsule D. Then we spawn our selected girl from party management onto A, B, C, and D respectively. And then we have a long shot camera, which all of these are actually mapped onto runners, right? So we have a long shot on capsule A, a close-up on capsule A, a long shot on capsule B, and a close-up on capsule B. A long shot that looks behind the runners on capsule C, which maybe should have followed capsule D actually, but no, it's fine. And a close-up. And each runner basically has their own close-up camera. And then so what I've done is, if we go into the race manager script, so these are all listed as a public list of cameras, so you can see them here. We've set up a next cam time and a last cam time. I've created a register event public void, which is going to take a requester as a game object. The requesters are going to be the runners. A string of an event name, and an event name is going to be something like, you know, gets a boost or something like that, right? Because there's like boosts in the speed algorithms and things like that happening. And then what we're going to do is identify which runner's camera wants to get a close-up by setting the camera here. And then basically, if the camera wasn't switched within the last 1 second, then we go ahead and switch to that runner's camera. We're also going to display what happened in the event as well. So we're going to create like a little notification event system. We also need to come up with like a position tracking, lap tracking system as well for the UI to show like who's in the lead and who's winning and everything else. And then what I've done is within update, I've said while the race is happening, we calculate positions, and if the time becomes greater than the next cam time, in other words we're due for a cam switch, then run switch cam. And in switch cam what we do is we reference a random camera from the cams list by rolling a random number. Then we set that camera, we set all cameras to false, and then we go and specifically set that camera to true, and then we roll a random number between 2 seconds and 5 seconds for the next camera switch. All this works pretty good, but I still haven't set up the event calling function from the runners. So what we're going to do is, if we go into the running script, there are things here that happen, such as in update speed we have lap boosts and pity boosts that just kind of give, so you know how in like Uma Musume when the girls will glow a certain color and then they'll suddenly get the like little speed boost? That's basically that. So what we're going to do is when these boosts occur, we're going to register with Race Manager's camera system to say, oh, so and so got a boost, and then if it's seems like a good time to show it, then we'll show that to the player, cut to that specific runner, and yeah, I think that should be quite nice. So let's see the overall results for now, shall we? So if we hit play, and we want to be in core, canvas, overlay, party select. Okay, Party select. So we pick 4 girls for a race. We hit race, go. I'll even maximize it. And you'll see what this looks like now. Still not quite right. I noticed in Uma Musume they kind of show the player. I might do that as well before the countdown. They kind of show each girl. That's not a start line camera, by the way. This is just a random camera system. So it picked a random camera. It picked another random camera and another one. There we go. We've got a side cam. A sort of angled cam. And now the players don't just stop dead either when they finish the race. They kind of slowly slow down to a crawl. They still look a little bit stretched, but I'm gonna kind of like fix them a little bit. Right, the race already finished, so they'll start to slow down now. They should slow down over 10 seconds. And we need to call a new animation. So we've got a race win animation and a race not win animation. And at the moment the camera's... Actually, is the camera still switching? Okay, the camera shouldn't still be switching. Okay, so there are two main things I want to address right now. The first one is they still look squished. I don't know why. That's kind of weird, actually. Because it didn't do that right. So this actually makes them a little bit less squishy. So I'm going to start by, unless X is not this. Actually, this is a good tip, right? If you want to know, because in the inspector it's the X axis on scale that makes them wider. I think that should be correct, but if you want to know for sure, just change that to some insanely large number, because it's difficult to notice like incremental little changes when you're just trying to make sure that like your vector's right. So we want to make sure that the vector is right and we have the right axis right. So I'm just going to run it again with that set to 11, and they should, if we're in the right axis, they should look insanely fat and stretched, and then we know we're in the right vector, so then we can try different values until it looks good. Alright, so we're going to run it again. Okay, that did not happen. Okay, so that's why they still look shit then, I guess. So something is overriding that. So let's take a look. What is happening? We should be setting the scale of getGirl.transform local scale. GetGirl is the P girl. Oh, okay, that would be why. So we should have said getPerformer.instance. That's why it wasn't working. Actually, since that wasn't broken, I'm just going to comment that one out. And we actually want that to be something like 1.7. Okay, so let's make that change. And then when we rerun it, it should look a lot better. Yeah, they may be a little fat, a little bit too fat now, a little bit too stretched, but we can obviously tweak that value. But they don't look as like stretched as thin now. Actually, that still looks better, I would say. But yeah, we maybe want to dial that down a little bit. Yeah, they look a lot better now. We need some race music for this as well. Okay, and there they go to a stop. Brilliant. So what do we want next? Right, the next thing I need to fix is the fact that the cameras are still changing when the race is finished. The cameras shouldn't be switching now because that's going to interfere with our end of race, like showing off the winner and stuff like that. So why is that happening? I guess sprinting must still be true then, I would imagine. So probably the way to fix that is when the race ends. Oh, the race ending. Okay, yeah, that happens on Girl Runner. So maybe when the first person, when the first person crosses the finish line is when we'll consider the race ended, because at that point we have a winner. Now I do notice that in Uma Musume, which I think is quite good, they show you like a dead side view of the finish line. So we're going to want to set that up. So we want a dedicated start line camera. And actually, I'm probably going to go through and introduce all of the runners as well. But one thing at a time. And then we're going to have like a dedicated finish line. And then we're going to want to focus on the winner, right, at the end of the race. So, let's see. Where the hell is it? Does the race end? There it is. So we already set race over to true. What we also need to do is say that in race manager we want to set sprinting to false. Okay. So that should stop the cameras from switching at the end of the race. So let's make sure that worked. Also, let me just go back real quick. I did think that scaling correction was overcorrected. So probably 7.2 would look better, which is what I originally had it set to. Alright. That looks way better. So you'll see in the console at the bottom when the race finishes, it'll say race over. There, race finished. So now the camera should stay on her forever, which just means we can now take control of the camera and have like a finish routine for the camera system. There we go, perfect. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is, I think we're going to call the correct animation. Actually, the next thing we need to do is so let me explain how this works. So what we do essentially is we go through all the vertexes. You see these middle lines. These middle lines, actually I need to turn those off because we're not supposed to see them. Yeah, let me turn those off actually. How do I turn those off? Actually, I know how I can find it. I go to the race line. They got the path. There it is. Path A, B, C, and D. So I'm just going to turn the mesh renderers off on those. There we go. It looks way better now. Right. So that race line that you saw in the middle of each lane, what the girls are doing is they're basically mapping out all the vertices that go around the track, and then they use that as a pathfinding system. So that's what guides them around the track. The problem is if you look at the racing line, right, it's on a straight. So there are less vertices between a straight, because you can make a straight line with basically 2 vertices here and 2 vertices here. And so if what we do is we calculate the girls' positions by finding out who's at the highest numbered vertice, right, at any given time. So as they come around this corner, one girl might be in the lead, but by the time they get to the racetrack, it's actually quite a distance here. Another girl could overtake, but since the last time we had a position update on the girls, was here, when we determine the winner, the information is old, right? So if a girl overtakes another girl right here at the start line, we'll still think that whoever was ahead back here was the winner of the race. So the first thing we need to do is get more accurate finish results. So probably the best way to do this would be to set up a cube at the finish line. Okay, so there's our cube, and we need to line this cube up, which already comes with a collider. We need to line this cube up, make it nice and fat, nice and big, and we're just going to spread it across the finish line, and we're going to set this up as a trigger collider. And what essentially we're going to do I'm actually not sure which direction this is going in, so actually I kind of do need to know which direction it's going in. Yeah, I do kind of need to know which direction that's going in. I'm actually not entirely sure, to be honest. I need to know whether they're going around the track this way or whether they're going around the track that way. Hang on, if we the track was to their left, right? Yeah, so if the track was to their left, they should be going this way around. So in that case, to make the race more exciting, we'll say they have to cross the back of that finish line just to give them an extra few millimeters where they could actually take the lead. And then that way I think it just makes it a little bit more exciting. So the first girl who passes through this collider is obviously in first place. The second girl who passes through this collider is second, and so on and so forth, right? So what we need to do is turn the mesh renderer off. We need to set this as a trigger collider, and now we need to make a new script. So in scripts, I guess RPG, I'm just going to create a trigger collider script. So we're going to call this okay, I'm going to call it race finish positions script. Also, I don't know what's creating these P weapon objects and leaving them in between runtimes. That's kind of weird. So where's our cube? There's our cube. Okay. So I'm just going to call this the same thing as the script, race finish positions. I'm going to add the race finish positions script to this trigger collider. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to use system collections generic. We're going to create a list of colliders called runners. We're going to clear that list on enable, and then what I want is an on trigger collide. So let's just quickly ask Jupiter because I'm not quite sure what the event thing's called. Okay. Also, what we're going to do is we're going to do a public bool called final lap. I will set final lap to true when condition is met. During this, I need to register the order of the trigger collider.
Mike Sparkle.
There we go. Mike Sparkles, you trying to give me a fucking... I was going to say a culinary bypass. What is a culinary bypass? Well, a culinary bypass is when you were going to eat something healthy and you were going to go to the salad shop, and then somebody comes at you with a big greasy burger and is like, mate, why don't you buy one of these instead? And you're like, you know what, mate, I'll have one of them with extra onions, please. That's a culinary bypass. Alright, you were going to go and get something healthy and you were going to go to the salad shop, but then you kind of bypassed and went for the greasy burger instead. That is what a culinary bypass is, in case you wondered. I will set the final lap to true when condition is met. During this, I need to register the order of the trigger colliders as they pass through. Can you help me set this up? So what it'll basically do is there's something like, I think it's just something like on trigger, but Unity has like a built-in on trigger event, and so we'll be using something like that, but I'm not entirely sure of the syntax, so this will just clarify it for me. That's the one, on trigger enter. I use something like that. On trigger enter is what we're using, so it's giving us the script back with an on trigger enter collider other, and I'm guessing it's going to add that into our colliders list for us. Beautiful. Beautiful. Jibbity is fantastic if you give it like 90% of the script and you just say, hey, can you finish this 10% for me? I'm feeling lazy. As long as you're clear about what you want. Set to true when final lap starts. I didn't really need the tooltips. Automatically filled with other runners finishing. Beautiful. So what we'll do is we'll teach our race manager about the race finish positions object. Optionally notify the runner they finish, send a message or call that method. Yeah, I'm gonna want a kind of. I don't really need the comments, honestly. I don't even really need the tooltips, to be completely honest. It's completely overkill. Thank you, Jibbity, though. I appreciate that. All right. So now we have our race finish positions. All we need to do is set final lap to true, and this thing will automatically map every girl who comes through. So, first of all, let's teach our race manager about this system. So we're going to do a public race finish positions, which I'll just call RFP for short. RFP, race finish positions. Let's do pause, RF pause. There we go, RF pause. So then we can go into our race manager and make sure that's linked. We've only got one in the entire universe, so we can just link it like that. Beautiful. Then what we can do is we can tell our girl runner to access RF pause if they are currently ending the first lap. So basically what we'll do is we'll say so this is where we increment a current lap, right? This is the perfect. If current lap is greater than or equal to total laps, then the race is finished. So we can also do a condition in here that says if current lap is race manager total laps minus 1, so it's the final lap, and current position I thought I had a current position. Do I not have a current position? Thought I did. Race position. I knew I had one. Race position. Okay. And race position is last, right? There's 4 runners. So we'll be 1, 2, 3, or 4. So if the current lap is the last lap and we are in last place, I don't know, because we might still be in that trigger collider. So this is where things get a little bit tricky. So I might want to give it a little bit. Yeah, okay. I think I know what could go wrong here. So we want to go to race manager. We want to go to our new RF pause, and we want to set final lap to true. Okay. But what I'm going to do, because what's likely going to happen is our runner is going to be in. Let's see how Jibbity suggests that we handle this, actually. The easiest way to circumvent this is to go to our RFP. I like that. I really like that, RFP. We'll go to our RFP and we'll initiate a cooldown. So what we'll do is we'll say active time as a float. And what we're going to do is we're going to say on enable, we'll set active time equals 999. Right, an impossibly long amount of time. Actually, we'll say time since level load plus 999. We probably don't need that many nines, to be honest. There we go. And then what we can do is when final lap first becomes true, if not final lap, return. If otherwise, if this trigger and runners count other, and we want to say and time since level load is greater than active time then we want to start logging the runners as they run through. But now we need a way. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to make this bool private, because it's now an internal function thing. And instead of setting the trigger, setting that bool privately, we'll set it publicly. So we're going to do a public void set final lap, in which we say final lap equals true. So now we'll have an error in our other script because that's private. So now instead of saying rf pos final lap, we're just going to say set final lap. No. Right, so what will happen is we'll set final lap, which calls the public function, and then that's going to set the private bool to true on final lap. And then when the timestamp reaches actually wait. Yeah, also what we also needed to do was set active time with the cooldown. So active time now wants to equal time since level load, and we'll just give it like 2 seconds, right? No, we could even 1 second would be enough. We just need to give it enough time for the runner to completely clear that finish line so that they don't accidentally get registered as finishing in first place. All right, so we can make sure that works by, we can see our runners here as they cross the finish line. So if we close our racetrack, hit play, let's pick different girls just to make it different. There we go. Alright, girl 1's in. Girl 18's in. 15's in. And away we go. So we want to be on our race positions so we can watch them cross the finish line. My camera's probably in the way, you can't really see it very well. Wait, it didn't work. It didn't work. Okay, none of them got registered. Why is that? Okay, so the first thing I'm trying to figure out is there a problem with my logic? Or is there a problem with the trigger collider recognition? My guess is there's a problem with the trigger collider recognition. But in order to determine that, I've added a little debug.log to let us know regardless of conditioning, if something activated our trigger. So let's just run another one. Let's get somebody from this end of the spectrum. Okay.
In a completely different place, and the phone is now.
Ugh.
It's on the corner cabinet.
Yeah.
It's the only place in reach because you've got to put line going in there. Third of mine.
Nothing's ever straightforward, is it?
You think them phones will be obsolete? Maybe you can't make a call with them, but they still sounds order on to me.
Phones are obsolete. What's he on about? Right, race finished, and none of our triggers. Okay, none of our triggers. Oh, hang on. It says include layers, nothing. Exclude layers. Include layers, everything. Actually, we only really care about the runners. So we could say include layers runners. So if we look at our runners, they're actually marked as runners. That might be why it wasn't working. I swear that never used to be part of the layer override priority. What the hell does that even mean? When two colliders have conflicting overrides, the settings of the collider with the highest priority are taken. So include runners nothing, exclude layers everything except the runner, I guess. I mean, we shouldn't need to do that, but I guess.
I'm going soon, Colin, so...
Alright. Right.
That will just have to dry out itself, that still that I can't work this through. It's got so wet on the top. I'll see you when I get back.
Alright, see you later. Right, so let's try it now. So we had some layer configuration issue potentially. For some reason, our girl there opens her mouth when she blinks. I'm not quite sure why. Also, she looks really stubby now. This purple one, I have no idea why. What's happened to her legs? Race finished. We're still not getting any of these. We're still not getting any of these trigger colliders. I do not understand. If not, a single collider triggers the on-trigger enter even though everything appears correct, then the issue is almost certainly related to Unity's physics setup for triggers. I think they do need to have a rigid body. Oh, I seem to remember this. Yes, I forgot about this. It's a giant pain in the ass. They do need rigid bodies. Okay, I forgot about this. Yes, I do remember this now. So we're going to add a rigid body and we're going to make them kinematic. Don't use gravity. Okay, and now everything should work. Yeah, I forgot about this. Yeah, because it uses the physics engine, doesn't it? Okay, now I know why it wasn't working. Yes, I do remember this actually now. Okay, so we got a trigger occurred on RFP, but not our conditions being met. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 7, 8. For some reason we got we got only 9 variants. They've probably gone around a couple of times now. Oh yeah, but they weren't finished. That's why. Yeah, so the trigger occurred as they were doing the original lap. So there you go. We got our final results. So girl 4 came first. It actually literally went 4, 3, 2, 1. So girl 4 got first place. Girl 3 got second place. Girl 2 got third. 4, 3, 2, 1 was the number of the girls and the order they came in. There, that's all we need to know. Okay, brilliant. Yeah, so that works now. So now we don't need this debug message because it's confusing me. But that was for debugging. So that is now working. Okay, I think the next Okay, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add something called final result as a bool, which is going to be set to false. And then as our RFP registers the final goal, if runners count is now 4, then we don't actually have a link back to race manager. It would just be get component in parent though, I think. Get component in parent, race manager. Final result is true. Okay, so we're going to say, hey, the final result is in to the race manager, and now in race manager we can say once that final result is in, we can like display the information about who won the race. Okay, so lots of things still to do. So let's just make a little list of what we still need to do. So I want a dynamic race start camera. I want a... Okay, so we need a new camera. We want a dynamic race start camera. We want user interface, character positions, and I want to include the girl, the avatar, the lap, maybe even the speed, and obviously the position. And end of race results. Use winner close-up camera display winning results. And I'm not sure yet, introduce girls at start of race like they do in Uma Musume. I don't know whether I want to do that or not. Like, the player picked the girls anyway, right, from party managers, so I don't know that we need that in this. But certainly I definitely want these three things. Okay, so let's start with the dynamic race camera at the start of the race. So we're going to go in and we're going to create a new camera. Actually, let's just borrow. The one that it starts off with isn't too far off what I want, but I want to stick an animator on it for a start. Yeah, actually, I'll use this as a template, to be honest. So we're going to call this one the start race camera. So the start race camera. So back into our camera manager. Well, these are our dynamic cameras, so these are going to be picked randomly dynamically. So now I need some static camera references. So we're going to do, above our list of dynamic cameras, I'm just going to do a camera reference called cam. We'll keep it the same as it is there, race cam. What do I call it? Start race cam. Okay, I actually called this race start cam. Whatever, right? It doesn't matter. We got the words the other way around, but it doesn't really matter. We know what it is. Right, so we've got the race camera, which I'm going to link now. On the race camera, I want to create an animator for said camera. So I'm going to go into my animation controller. I'm going to create an animation controller for it. And I'm going to call it cam race start, and I'm going to add that to the start race camera. There it is. Wait, what? Alright, there we go. Now it's in. Okay, so now we have a animation controller for the camera race start camera. So if we go into our animator, we can create a new animation for that, and we'll call it cam race start. Alright, we now have our animation for our camera race start. It's a little bit tricky when you can't see the characters loaded in, but we can get a rough idea of where they should be. Not really, because they're not there now. That's the problem. See, things got a bit messed up, and they actually start off over here, but then they get teleported over here, which is super fucking awkward. I wish I had something visually so I knew what I was focusing on over there. I mean, honestly, it's more trouble than it's worth. They don't start there though. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense, right? Because they're attached. Oh, this is actually really, really cool. Okay, I was thinking, why is it over here when we end up over there? But the cameras are attached to the girls, so when the girls get teleported over here, the camera comes with her. So we can just pretend this is on the right side of the track. That's actually really, really cool, because now I can get an idea of, like, you know, what is it going to look like. So we can start off like a little bit closer to the girls, maybe. And it's a 5-second countdown, so we know the camera's going to take... We're going to get 5 seconds on this camera, right? So if we go up to like 5 seconds or thereabouts, we can put our next keyframe in. And I just kind of want to zoom up to them a little bit so we can watch that now. And that's kind of what we'll get now at the start of the race. Okay, I think that's fine. So then we just want to go to this animation and make sure that it's not looping, which it currently is. Okay, and then we want to go into, actually we don't even need to do that really. Well, we will when we reset it though, I guess. So at the moment our default camera that's on is our long camera. So I'm going to turn my long camera off. I'm going to leave the start race camera on, and then we just need to do that as each race reinitializes. So in initialization here, I'm just going to say for each camera, get cam in cams, get cam game object set active to false. So we're going to switch all the cameras off at start except for cam race start game object set active to true. Why can't you guess what I want properly, you little shit? There we go. So now as each new race starts, it should reset correctly. So we can turn those capsules off now, the render components, and we should, what the hell? Alright, never mind. If we close this, we should be able Is it Friday today? Yeah, I thought it was. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay. For some reason, it's a little too far to the right. I'm not sure why that is. But yeah, we just need to tighten that up, right? But there you go. We got a nice dynamic camera at the start now. But for some reason, it wants to come left a bit. That's kind of weird. I'm not sure why. Huh. Weird. Weird, weird, weird. Okay. I sound like fucking Snow White. Weird, weird. Weird, weird. Maybe that's why I've got no views. I'm that detestable. Right. No, it's because this is fucking boring to watch. I know why. And that's fine. I don't blame anybody. But, like, you know, I also can't... I can't, like... I just don't want to sit and just play gacha games all my life. Do you know what I mean? Like, I actually want to do stuff that's a bit more productive. Not that there's anything wrong if that is what you do, by the way. I'm not saying that, oh, you're a loser if all you do is play gacha games. But I just that's not... you know, I want to do a bit more than that. For me, personally. So I'm just going to drag them left. It's just going to be trial and error, I think. Because I'm not really sure. I wonder if it gets turned around when the goal gets brought in. I don't really know what's happening there. Alright, it's just going to be trial and error, I think. Until it looks good. But that's already looking better. And to be honest, like, even when, like, that's the thing, like, I think I get too annoyed too easily. I'm not particularly entertaining. Oh, there we go. That looks way better. Still wants to be a bit... a bit more left, but we're much closer now. Alright, let's try that. Yeah, and the other way I need to look at it as well is like, okay, if my whole thing is offering, like, I don't know, useful input on gacha games, then am I particularly good at that thing, and are there other people doing it? And the answer is like, no, I'm not. I don't think I'm particularly good at offering particularly thoughtful gacha commentary or tips or advice or whatever, and there are tons of other people doing it, and I'd say that they're much better at me than me at it, is what I meant to say. So, like, you know, am I benefiting the community in any significant way by covering gacha games? Probably not, but I like to play them. And these games that I make here, right, wouldn't exist without gacha games. I've got to be honest. Like, gacha games have really reshaped the way I think about making games. Even I am fascinated by them. I do find them fascinating. Okay, so that race camera is way better. I'd say the next thing we need to do is change the animation for the girls as they win and lose. So we got the final results in now, right? So what we can do is... I think as each girl crosses the finish line... Yeah, but as each girl crosses the finish line, she doesn't necessarily know what the results are. Okay, so instead what we'll do is we'll run on update in final results. So if we're sprinting, we want to do an else here. If final result the first thing we want to do is we want to go through each runner girl. So runners is like P girls. So we can do girls.instance, I think. Now the girls are girl runners, which is the capsules. So So we need to iterate through, I think, party manager. Yeah, to get the P girls. So for each P girl, get girl in system party select slots. So we get the actual girls from the party manager's slot 4 slots system. Then we want to say get girl.instance. There's no instance. Character instance. Wait, what? How the fuck do I get to the spawned instance? Let me see. How do I set it up? Okay, we just have a public instances on party manager. Instances which are game objects. Okay. Okay, so instead that should say, let's scrap that. So instead we want to say for each game object, get girl in system party select instances, get girl, get components, animator. Oh no, we're supposed to, oh shit, yeah, we're supposed to use the performance system on here. Let me think about this. Oh boy. What do we want our outer loop to be? Because we have so many options. Well, we've got to think about what data types we're storing, right? So on our RFP, we're storing a list of colliders. The colliders exist on the parent to the child of where the actual girl game objects are. In slot parties, I think we are better off going through each character slot as a slot party. Boy, this is kind of a little bit awkward. So this would iterate through each girl's game object, and then so we could get the girl's animator. So that, oh, we're not doing it that way though. We're doing it through party manager. Fuck. We're doing it through performers. I mean, we don't have to. We could just do it manually. That might be easier actually. So the first thing we want to do is get its parent's collider, right? So we say collider get run collider equals get girl transform parent get component collider. Then we say int get position equals rfpos dot runners index of get runners collider. Then we can say, okay, then we want to, right, the value that we're casting is a bool as, no wait, yeah, a bool as to say whether they ran the race or not. So we say bool did win equals false, and then we say if get position is absolute 0, then did win equals true. Then we say get girl get components animator set bool, and the name of the bool is, if we check our resources, that we load these through instantiation, so they're in resources control, and it's the racing controller. And on the racing controller we are using a bool called 1. So the bool we're setting is 1 to the value of did win. There we go. And then the animation controller will take care of the rest. So what will happen is the animation controller will receive whether we won or not as a bool here, and then it will play either race win or race lose as the correct animation, and it will also handle the transition for us as well. What we should probably also do is, if we look at girl runner, we have race position, right? Which would be the position here plus 1. We should probably update those as well in case we want to do something with those, because that might be how I do. You see how I have this list of what I want to do? When I do this bit here, I don't know if I'm using individual girl objects or I'm going to handle it as a parent on the race manager. I'm not sure yet, but if we do decide to do it on the child level, then at least this will be up to date. So in order to get the runner, how are we going to get the runner? Well, it's whichever slot. Yeah, it's whichever slot this girl is in. So we can make a slot index at 0. We can increment slot index here, and then what we can do is we can say girls, which is our runners, at slot index dot race position equals get position plus 1. There we go. Boom. So now each runner has their position updated on the child level. So if we want to use that for doing this next, we can, or we could just have race manager handle it as a parent. I'm not sure how I'm doing it yet, but let's test that, make sure that works. So all I've done is I've added the ability. The girls now know whether they won or not, and if they won, they'll hold their head up high, and if they lost, also, hang on, there's one more thing I want to do. I also want to set the camera to the winner, the winning girl's camera. There it is. So we want to say so the slot index, oh boy. So the close-ups start from 1. So again, it's get position plus 1. So it's also for each camera get cam in cams, we want to say get cam game object set active to false. So we switch all the cameras off by default, and then here we say cams at position get position plus 1 game object set active to true. There we go. That is the winning girl's camera activated. Okay. Alright, so if we run and test that, I mean, we can enjoy the race. We can enjoy the race. Oh, look at that. Probably should switch that menu off. Oh, Sylvia's like way ahead. She's not getting any cam time though, is she? Wait, didn't Sylvia win? Okay, so what went wrong? What went wrong? Yeah, I don't. One thing I don't want these debug messages, to be honest. What went wrong? I don't know. So, which one is Sylvia? What slot is Sylvia? Sylvia should be in slot 4, I think. I think none of that code ran for some reason. Trying to understand what went wrong. Final result is true. Sprinting is false. So this should be running. Get component of animator 1 set to did win.
Mike Sparkles.
Fucking Mike, you bastard! Jesus Christ, let me turn that down. That actually fucking scared the shit out of me. Why is it so loud? I don't know why that didn't run, because final result is true, sprinting is false. So we should be in here on every single frame. Girls at slot index race position. So if we look at our race positions, oh, actually it's saying that it actually went. It came in A, D, B, C. Maybe Sylvia got taken. Maybe Sylvia got taken over. Oh, so maybe she did win. Maybe she is slot A. Is she slot A? No. What the fuck is happening? Which camera are we on right now? Capsule B, but B didn't win, right? No, B didn't win. What? I'm so confused. B didn't win, for starters. Okay. What have I fucked up here? RF pause runners index of get runners collider builded when it defaults to false unless the position of the runner's position was 0. The index of runner's position was 0. Then we say get girls component of animator. We set the bool of 1 to the bool of did win. Girls at slot index dot race position. is get position plus 1. So 0 becomes 1, etc. For each camera, get cams in cams, get camera game object is set to false. Well, first of all, I want to know whether that's running or not. Yeah, that is running. So for some reason, it's convinced that capsule B it thinks capsule B won the race. But it doesn't think anything, right? Because it's just fucking computer code. But anyway, I've made it think that capsule B run the race. But how did I do that? I thought this should be correct. So let's go through this step by
Since
step.
ads are about to run on Twitch,
Oh,
how about I
Miku,
tell you a
Miku,
joke?
Miku.
What do you get from a pampered cow? Spoiled milk.
That was actually pretty good. I'll give you that one. Okay, that one was pretty good. I like that one. So we iterate through each get girl in instances, right? So we go through and we go through slot 1, 2, 3, and 4 in party select instances. So we are going through girl 19, right, which is capsule A, capsule B, capsule C, capsule D. Yet they're the child instantiated game objects on each. Okay, then we say get the collider of the parent, which we do, which is capsule A's collider, capsule B's collider, capsule C's collider, and capsule D's collider. Then we say get the integer value of RF position runner's index of parent collider. So we look at race finish positions and we say, okay, what position is capsule A in? And it should have returned 0. If position is 0, then we set did win to true. So this girl here on her animator, oh, she is on 1. Okay, so it's probably... Okay, so that part is correct. It did get this part correct, but there's an issue with the animator. For some reason, the animator is still stuck in. Oh, I know why, because it's state. Yeah, we also need to do a state change as well. Yeah. I think we just need to set the state to... probably 2. What am I looking at? It's because the camera's on the wrong girl, isn't it? The issue is the camera's on the wrong girl, so we're not seeing it change here because... There, this is the girl that we're on. So there, that's how she should look because she lost the race. Okay, so we need to... The first thing we need to do is change the state to 2. I did forget about that actually. So let's declare the animator... get anim, which wants to equal get girl, get component, animator. This is really not a good way to do it. We should be using performers, and there's some efficiency reasons why we should be doing that as well. But let's not worry about that yet. Is state in lowercase? Yeah. State 2. Okay, so that's why the animation wasn't playing. Why are we on the wrong camera? Okay. So each close-up camera if I remember correctly from last night, yeah, it starts from position 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we should be using index 1, 2, 3, and 4 for like slots 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, let's try that. I still don't really see an issue with that. Let's try it again. That looks good. This is super good. It's been a lot of pain to get to this point, but it is good. It's okay. I need to fix that animation. It's fine. I need to fix that animation. Yeah, okay. So the camera's still on the wrong girl. This is a losing girl. I also need to fix that animation, obviously. Okay, probably the next thing I should do is fix that animation. Let's take a look at that animation. So this is perfect. While it's on the losing camera, this actually might be a benefit in disguise. Blessing in disguise, not a benefit in disguise. Who are you? I'm a benefit in disguise. I didn't want a friend with a benefit, but thank you. So Sylvia's this one, I think, isn't she? I really don't know anymore. I'm so confused. However, this is the camera that's on right now, so this must be Sylvia. Okay. There are some keys we need to delete, basically. I'm gonna try and remember what they are. Oh, I'm also on the wrong animation. Shouldn't that be showing me what animation she's playing? Right, we need to get rid of all the hair keys. Hang on a minute, there's quite a few things. We get rid of body scale. We get rid of face and hair and root scale and secondaries and skirts. At least the ones that are missing, I think we do. Actually, it doesn't really matter about those ones as much. It's these ones. Face, eye, hair, hair. Okay. Let's run it again and see if that fixed the animation at least. This project is actually one of the best projects I've ever worked on, which shows how much better at this I'm getting. But boy, did I raise the stakes. Oh boy, did I raise the stakes. Yeah. Okay, I did not fix the race lose animation. It still has issues. Also, doesn't everybody think that they lost right now? Do we have a winner? I swear they all look like they lost. Oh no. Slot 3 is marked as run. Did slot 3 win? Yes. Okay. Slot 3. Who's slot 3? Is she playing the right animation? Oh, she's Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I did fix. So I did fix. Wait. So we are looking at the right girl. We are looking at the right girl this time. Okay, I'm so confused. So now it's the win animation we need to fix. Okay. Yeah, the lose animation. Because I thought she looked fine, and I'm like, what about these? And even these look fine. Yeah, so these three lost. She won. Which makes sense, actually, because she is still ahead of everybody else, right? Okay. So I need to fix the win animation now. I'm so fucking lost. Right, where am I going? Animation. Race win. Animation. Here we go. Okay, so we need to get rid of those. We need to get rid of body, scale, face and hair, root, scale, face, eye, hair, 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 hair. Okay, so that suggests that it actually worked this time and it picked the right camera, but I'm so confused because that's the first time that it has. So I'm very confused. Did I set up my cameras correctly? Close up, 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. My cameras are definitely set up correctly. Where is everybody? Where is... Why is everyone invisible? Argument out of range. Wait a minute. Something weird happened. Okay, we got a weird little glitch. I don't know what happened there. HTT response. Wait, what? Argument out of range? What the fuck does that even mean? Wait, what? Why is it suddenly broken? Wait. Why is it suddenly broken? Everything was going great. All I was doing. What the fuck is happening? Right, let me just restart Unity. That's weird. I don't like that. Right, it's working now. Weird little glitch. Don't know what that was. Unity being Unity, I guess. Okay. Everything's going great. I need to back this up though. I can't wait to get some music on here. A little racing music. Right, so it focused on a loser again. Right, so the only part... So is the winning girl... Who won? Who won? So if we go to our... where is this? Racetrack. Race finish positions. So girl 1 in slot 1 won. Who is girl 1 in slot 1? I don't know, but she's marked as 1 and she's playing the correct winning animation. So one of these girls should be holding her head up high because she won. And it should be the correct girl. Can't even find her. Where is she? Okay, there she is. Maybe I should have animated her so she has a... I think I should have her so her arms are up in the air because she looks kind of like... She doesn't look that happy that she won, to be honest. I might go and change the animation. But she doesn't look as sad as the other ones. So, yeah, it's like it's working, but it's also not. The question is, why is the camera on... I really don't know why this is happening. So the camera's on girl 4. Who was last? Oh, I think I know why. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Yeah, because I'm saying this for each girl, right? For each girl. So what I should have done is said... winning slot equals -1 here. Then I should have said if position equals 0, did win equals true. Get slot equals get position plus 1. If did win, winning slot equals get slot. Yeah, I know why it's doing it. That's why it's on camera 4. And then outside of that loop, we need to say... We need to do the camera switching. Yeah, okay, that makes perfect sense. And then we can use winning slot. There we go. That's why it wasn't working. Okay, so it should work now. Yeah, I do understand what was happening. I was doing that on every single girl, assuming that every single girl was the winner for the cameras for some strange reason. Okay. Yeah, because the animation, I was like, wait, the animation's working. We get there eventually. We get there eventually. Alright, let's see it. We should have a fully functional race now. Couple of things. Oh, there was another thing I wanted to add to this as well. I also want pre-finish line camera shows leader cross the finish line. Okay. Okay, this is fun. This is good. This is great. Oh my god, it still picked the wrong girl. The wrong girl's camera. Oh my god, I'm going to kill somebody. I am going to kill somebody. What is happening? Right, we calculate the slot. Winning slot is -1. And we said... int get slot is get position +1, which is correct. Because the slots count from 1, don't ask why, instead of 0. So we add 1 to get slot. And then we say if we did win, then winning slot equals get slot. We could also just... no, we can't because we do the calculation there. Yeah, true. Then winning slot equals get slot. So our winning slot should now be set to the winning fucking slot. And then we say for each camera in get cam, in cams, we set the game object, we set the camera to false, but then we turn on the winning slots camera so that that is the only active camera in the scene. Oh! Why is it still the wrong slot? Right, whose camera is on? Slot 1's camera is on. Who won the race? Slot 4 won the race? What the fuck is happening? I did save this, right? I did hit save. Like, I understand why it didn't work now. Because this part's working correctly, right? We only have one bool of did win. I'm just going to make sure it's all saved, and I'm going to run it again. Because this isn't making any fucking sense. That code should definitely be right now. And the fact that the animator, there's only one girl that is playing the winning animation, like, verifies that my bools are working correctly, of like, who, you know, were you the winner kind of bool thing. So then the camera for the winning camera should also be working. I don't really know why it's not. And our slot is only fucking index +1. So there's nothing like majorly complicated about this. Yet we're really struggling. Can I just say as well, I'm still really pleased with myself, right? Because we're seeing this during the day now, but when I was working on this late at night last night, it was nighttime in here, because it's nighttime in my real world. So the day-night cycle that actually matches the real world's day-night cycle, I think is super fucking cool. Because it's so funny that, like, when I was working on this last night, it was like pitch black on this running track, but it was also pitch black outside. So it's like there is something kind of like, I don't know, there's something kind of cool about that. Right. I do not understand what is happening. Why won't it pick the right camera? I'm going to ask Jibbity in a minute. I'm going to ask Jibbity and see if it can spot anything. So girl 16 is the one playing the winning animation. She says she lost. She says she lost. She sells on the she lost. And this is the winner. So we only ticked one on one of the 4 girls. Yet that girl's camera is not the active camera. And I don't know why. Oh, wait. I do know why. I'm assuming that the camera slot... Okay, I'm an idiot. It should have been slot index +1. Yes, of course. It's slot index +1. Also, get slot should be... Do I even, like, I don't even know whether that get slot... What else was I using get slot for? Updating the race position. So that was probably wrong as well. So I should have said int get slot equals slot index +1. Because the position has nothing to do with the index of the slots. Ah, what is happening? I undone Z and I don't know what I undone Z. Right, that should be slot index +1. Then we can use get slot to set winning slot. Yeah, so that bit was probably wrong as well, but it wasn't so easy to see because I haven't really checked that yet. Okay, now it should work. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Yeah, I was, for some reason in my, I got it into my head that the race, like the cameras would be in order of race position +1. But of course that doesn't make any sense, right? Because we don't know what order they're going to race position in. So I should have been using the slot index driver instead of... Yeah, okay. I'm an idiot. Oh, what am I doing? I'm being an idiot. Okay, now I know why it wasn't working. Alright, let's go. Let's go! This is super cool. There we go. Winner's camera. Yay! Now maybe she should. There you go. She is the winner. And the other girls look kind of dejected. Cool. We did it. Okay. Holy shit. Okay, so now it is time we did this. And we did this. What am I doing? Okay, there we go. So now we need to do this one and this one. Okay, we need a pre-finish line camera shows the leader cross the finish line. So we need a camera that's static, that's just stood at the finish line, that's going to show the leader crossing the finish line. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. No, that shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so we're going to take our race start camera. No, we won't. We'll take this one. And we're going to detach it. It does not want to follow the girls. This one wants to be completely static. So we're going to turn this camera on, which currently looks like that. And this one's kind of weird, right? Because you know how like the other one followed the girls. So when the girls went to the actual start line, the camera followed. Well, this one won't, so we need to physically drag it over there. So now we're at the start line, the finish line, whatever. Okay, so we're going to rotate the camera and we're going to set it up nicely so that it shows. The girls cross the finish line. So I think that's a pretty good view. I'm just going to turn the menu off for now as well because it's in the way. So we're going to call this one the finish race cam. We're going to go to our face race manager and we're going to set that up as a static camera. So just like cam start race, we're going to do public camera cam. Yeah, we'll call it end race for short. Yeah, end race cam. Okay. So we can save and set that in the inspector. End race camera. There it is. Okay, and it's already set nicely. All we need now is for the logic to know when to activate that. Oh boy. So oh boy. Okay. For that, I kind of need to know what the index is just before we cross the finish line. Well, there you go. Our lap start index starts at 50, right? And our lap end index ends at 276. So this is
On
going
Twitch,
to be...
Pika says, hi.
Hello, Pika. This is going to be a bit of a trial and error thing, right? But if our lap end index ends at 276, then we probably want to do something like 270, right? So what we want to do is we need to let Race Manager know when to switch to this camera. So I'm going to set up a bool. Actually, it wants to be a public bool. I'm going to set up a public bool called show finish cam equals false. And in my camera switching logic, I'm going to add a condition that says show finish cam must be false for register event to switch camera. And show finish cam must be false before we activate the switch camera function for the auto switch. And then what I'm going to do is on each one of the girl runners in update, I'm going to say at the end of update, if race position is 1 and lap index, what is it? Index. It's not lap index, what the fuck is it called? The thing that moves them around the track. Let's have a look. Current lane index. Oh no, it's not lane index. No, lane index is the lanes that they switched sideways on. It's not lane index. Do I not have a global... There must be a lane index. Like a position index, I mean. Current index. Okay, it's current index. Okay, so if race position is 1, we're in the lead and our current index is at 270, and if I don't put laps into account, it will do this on every single lap as the first position crosses the finish line, which I think is probably a good idea actually. Then we're going to call race manager and we're going to say show finish cam equals true. Okay, so then in race manager we need something that's going to handle that. So in update we're going to say if show finish cam, then show finish cam So let's do a private void of show finish cam, which wants to end with show finish cam as false. Right, it's because we're using the same. We'll call that show finish camera. So we want to say for each camera, cam in cams, cam game object set active to false. The fuck are you doing? Then we want to say finish end cam, cam end race game object set active to true. And then we want to make sure that our next camera switch, last camera switch equals time since level load plus 2 seconds, and next cam time equals time since level load plus 3. There we go. Alright, let's test that. So what that should do is and I don't know whether 270 is the right index, but as each girl, as the leader in the race passes this finish line, the camera should show it from the side. Alright. Are you ready to see it, Pika? Are you ready to see it? Alright, he goes. Is there anybody you'd like to see in this race? Let's have Chloe, Nozomi, I don't know, her, Rain. Let's go. Off we go. Okay, it didn't work for some strange reason. Okay, it didn't work, and I don't know why. Okay, so the first thing I need to know is the girl runner hitting this current index? Is this condition being met? Alright, let's run it again and see if we get some debug messages to that effect. Oh boy, we're close now, we're close. We're very close. Can we see their current indexes? 240, 250. Yeah, okay, so finish cam conditions being met. Okay, so that's the first thing that's happening. Okay, so this should be getting set then. Race man, show finish camera is becoming true.
Pika asks, It looked like you were copying the latest game you played just recently, plus I heard Ente's banner system is going to different and hint, do you like board games like Monopoly?
Hinty, you like board games like Monopoly? I don't really know what that means. No idea. But yeah, obviously this is inspired by Uma Musume. I wanted to have a go at making one myself.
Pika says, like for example Dice Bros, like that woo-woo board game birthday event.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of them, to be honest. End risk. I really don't know why this isn't working.
Mike Sparkles.
And I'm not doing these register events yet, so these aren't even being called yet. So that's not getting in the way. Okay.
Pika says, depending on the number it lands depends on what you get in NTE.
I've set a bool show finish cam to true as the leader in the race is approaching the finish line to show them cross from a side angle. However, despite the flag being set correctly, the camera is not being switched. Do you know why this might be? I've set a bool show finish cam to true as the leader in the race is approaching the finish line to show them cross from a side angle. However, despite this flag being set correctly, the camera cam end race is not being switched. Do you know why this might be? Okay, let's see what it says. From what you've shown, your show finish camera function looks correct in isolation. It disables all other cams and activates cam end race. However, if the camera never visually switches, it's likely due to how and when you're calling it or what else overrides it. No, it's not, because I just condition checked that. Is show finish cam set to true but overridden in the same frame?
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke? Did you hear about the submarine industry? It really took a dive.
The next cam time is passed. No, it's not. It's not, because we call show finish camera, and in show finish camera, I implicitly set next cam to 3 seconds later, so that can't happen. It's not that. Prioritize show finish camera. We could try it. It thinks by moving that up there we might... Oh yeah, I can see. Okay, yeah, I can kind of see how that could happen. Because show finish camera is set from external, so then this could interfere with it. Yeah, okay, I guess, but the odds of that happening, it would have to be scheduled on the exact same frame to do an automatic camera switch. The odds of that happening are so small that I'd be surprised if that's the cause. But yeah, I guess I see what it's saying. That could happen. In theory. But in practice, it's highly unlikely. That's still not doing it. It's still not doing it. What? I don't understand. Okay, next thing to check. Are we entering the condition in Race Manager? In other words, is the function show finish camera actually being called? Okay, let's run it and find out. Yeah, show finish cameras being called repeatedly, which actually isn't. Well, no, I suppose. Yeah, no, I suppose it would be correct. So, because the whole time they're at that index. Okay, what the fuck? This really isn't making any sense. This is running, but we never end up seeing the perspective. Let's have a look at show finish camera. Our start race cam is never deactivated. Okay, that's why. Start race camera is never deactivated. Right, that's why it's not working. That's why. Yeah, I never even considered that actually. Okay, that should do it. And considering it's being repeatedly called, the delay that we do here means we'll definitely have time to watch the girls cross that line. Okay, yeah, that should fix it. Okay, let's test that. Is Kick Chat still working? Should be.
Test.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Now we should get to see the girls cross the start line as they complete a lap and as they finish the race. Yes, that looks really good. That actually looks really good. Yeah, I might put a little animation on that. That looks really good. I'll give it like half a second longer. That looks really good. Yeah, that looks really good. Yeah, that looks really good actually. Okay. So we'll do an animator. So we don't need these anymore. I'll call it cam line pass. That's probably what I should have called this one actually. That's fine. Cam line pass. Animation. Create. Cam line pass. Wait. What did I just put that on? No. Race lines shouldn't have an animator on it anyway. Where did that cam line pass go? No. There we go. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to make it a very subtle animation. Yeah, that's going to look a lot better. All right, let's see it. All right, let's see it. This is gonna look great. This is gonna look great. Oh, we need some music. We need some music for the race. This is great. This is so cool. Oh wow, that looks really good. That looks really good. That's so cool. Okay, this is really starting to come together now. Okay, that's really good. So I think I'm just going to tune it a little bit. So we are showing that camera as they cross the start line a little too soon. So I'm going to set that to 271 and see how that feels. I think that's going to feel a lot better actually. Okay, so let's see it again. That little change, I think that's going to be perfect. This is so cool. So now I just need my UI for the race positions, and then I need to register the events. So as they get like speed boosts and things, I'm going to register the events. So it's going to be a lot of UI stuff and then maybe some extra camera changing basically. But like already this is starting to look really good. Oh, Zoe going crazy. Oh, Zoe's in the lead. Yeah, because now I can like now without the position trackers, I can sort of see who's winning the race, which is nice. Like, so you want to make sure that like the game is communicating what it's trying to communicate well. And so even without the UI and the position tracking to tell me what's going on, like I can sort of see what's going on. There you go. And I get like, yep, Zoe's still in the lead. There you go, Zoe won. That is brilliant. That's so much better. That one little extra camera really, really made a difference. That's made it really, really good. Okay, I'm really happy with that. I'm actually just going to back this up because it's looking so good. It's looking so good. This is a perfect place to back it up. Okay, so let's go to our project. My oldest one is from the 2nd, so we can ditch that one now. Call that one copy 3. Make a backup. Empty my recycle bin. Okay, brilliant. So now what we need to do is, if we look at our list of what we want to do, did I wipe that out? That's my profiles. I think I accidentally wiped it out, you know. Yeah. Fool. What a fool I am! Alright, so we did this one, and now we've just got this last one to do. The user interface, which updates character positions, which wants to include the girl, the avatar, the lap, the speed, and the position. So the first thing we want to do is wait for that to finish backing up. But after that, what we want to do is we want to create a prefab of a UI element that displays what we want it to display. Okay, I can't wait any longer. Let's go. Okay, so we have a racing UI overlay already, I think. Do we? Core canvas overlay. Racing. Racing. So far racing just has the countdown on it, and we want to add more elements. Actually, I want to try and give that outline, the countdown, an outline. Yes. Yeah, that looks way better. I'll give it like a dark grey. There we go. It's maybe a bit darker than that. There we go. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is create a container for our position markers. So we're going to call these positions, if I can spell it right, positions, and the positions probably wants to have like a grid layout on it. Okay. So what I like to do is just get an overall shape of what I want the thing to look like. Alright, so I'm just going to use any color, like an orange. And then from my positions, we know we're going to have 4 of them. And then so from here now, I can sort of shape how I want it to look size wise. So we know we want a few things on here. So I think something like that is probably quite good. Let's make that 6, maybe 7. Okay, so I think that's pretty decent for what I'm going for. Okay, so now we can go into our canvas and start to figure out what we're doing. So we're gonna want a image of the character, something like that. We're going to want a position. So I'm actually just going to borrow this text countdown, resize it. Quite like that. So this is going to be text position. This is going to be image avatar. This is going to be image background. And we can give this a bit more sort of feel for it. I think what might be nice actually, so I want lap markers. Okay, weird, that's actually using, if I change the color of one, it changes the color of the other one. Strange. I'm sure it does that. Oh, vertex color. Oh, there we go. Okay, I see. So I'm going to go for I like raw images. Don't know if you've noticed. So we have 3 laps. Actually changes the... Okay, why did it do that? I'm not sure why it did that. Bring that up a little bit. Okay, and obviously I'm going to change the color of these images. So we've got image, lap 1, image, lap 2, image, lap 3.
Ahmed Ray Gaming says, hello.
Hello. Okay, so we're going to have the girl's picture here. Actually, I want to give it like an outline as well. So we're going to do an image border. So the image border is just going to be a little bit bigger. There we go. A little bit bigger than the... There we go. That looks nice. So this one is going to be avatar BK for background. And then we can have image avatar. So we have the girl's picture here. We want her name on here somewhere. So let's do a... Let's grab that TXT position for now. Make a new one. So we'll have girl's name.
How are you, bro?
I'm good. How about you? Okay, so we'll have the girl's name there.
What game are you playing, bro?
I'm making a game. Yeah, so I'm making a... It's basically a turn-based gacha game, but I'm actually doing... I don't know if you've probably heard of Uma Musume that everyone's going crazy about. I've made a... I'm making a racing mini game that's basically a mini Uma Musume. So what you can do is you can gain speed on your characters by running races, but there's a random winner, so you don't get to pick the winner. So I'm just doing the UI for this now, because this is the only thing that's left now. So this is going to be TXT name.
Bro, I am Turkish and I have a game development team too.
Ah, nice, cool. You're over on Kick, I guess. At least my Kick chat's working again. Okay, so we've got the name of the girl here. Actually, let's give it a bit of a colour. Sure about that one. Okay, that's kind of cool. Or green even. What looks good? I think the blue looks better. Yeah, I've been doing this for, God, a long time now. Over 12 years, actually, just like mostly as a hobby. But yeah, I came second place.
Would you like to join my team? We can take foreigners to the team.
I'm really, really busy. So what team is it? What are you guys doing? So yeah, I'm actually going to try and win first place because I won second place last year for the Unity Web Games contest showcase. So I won second place last year. So this game is me going to try and win first place this time. But yeah, I should be done with it in about 5 or 6 months from now, I think. Girl's name, TXT name. You guys use Unity? Yeah, not a lot of people are using Unity now since they did what they did with the runtime fees. So it turned a lot of people off, which is kind of understandable. But yeah, I just love this engine, to be honest. So I want to add things like race, like current speed. So let's see. Let's do speed. I do quite like that one because it's very, you know. I don't know what looks good. This is where I need my color theory to come into play. That one doesn't look too bad. Okay, and if we make it sort of smaller. So I want to say what current speed she's doing. I mean, what else can I really say? What did I put in my little outline? I wanted the girl, the avatar, the lap, the speed, the position. Yeah, we pretty much got all of that now. Yeah, we pretty much got all of that now. So I guess we'll just put like speed here.
There are 7 people in the team. If you want to join, I can send you the WhatsApp link.
Yeah, I can take a look. I'd sort of need to have a look and see what it's about, really. See what you guys are up to. Do you have like a website or anything I can check out? Okay, I don't know whether I like that font now. Let's go really dark purple or...
My father, brother, yes or no?
Yeah, like I said, I'd need to find out what you guys are about, really. So I'll take another look. Do you have like what are you guys? Are you a company? Are you like hobbyists? Are you open source? You know what I mean? I'd need to sort of like get some information, really. What game engine do you use? What are you making? Yeah, I'd sort of need to get some information, really. Okay, so we've got speed there, and then I need the actual speed. So we'll do label speed, and then we'll do txt speed, which will be the actual value. So let's say it was, I don't know.
Dude, how do you know about Unity? How many years have you been in the gaming industry?
So like I said, I've been doing this as a hobby for like over 12 years. Yeah, over 12 years. Do you want to see the race? Let me show you the race. I will show you the race. So I'll turn that off for a sec. I'm guessing that was turned off initially. Yeah, it must have been. Give me a second, because I'm still building it, obviously. So, okay, so this is my game, which I'm still developing. Like I said, it's going to be a turn-based gacha with like slice of life elements. It's an online gacha game. We've got gacha. The gacha's all set up. It's got day and night cycle there on outside.
Then bro, you are developing Unity games as a hobby, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And I do it all live on stream as well, so you can sort of see my my workflow and stuff. Okay, so I have my party manager. If I can remember where it is, overlays, party select. Here we go. Okay, so I can pick 4 girls to go into a race. We've got all these different characters here. These are all the girls on the gacha banners, and then we can load into the race. And this is my Uma Musume. This is my Uma Musume racing. So this is what I'm making the interface for right now. Alright, here we go. 2, 1, go! Off they go! Okay, so this is all like randomized, so I don't know who's going to win the race either. So they get different various speed boosts. They change lanes. They sort of overtake each other.
Brother, maybe you can be useful to our team. Do you use WhatsApp?
Like I said, I'd need to sort of know what you guys are about, really. I'm sure I could be useful to a lot of people. But yeah, as you can see, I'm sort of like quite busy. I mean, I don't even know if I'm looking to get hired at the moment, to be honest, like until I at least finish this project. Okay, something... Oh no, nothing went wrong. What happened is the animation for the race line probably didn't restart. Yeah, actually that's kind of weird. I wonder why that didn't happen. Okay, so she won. These ones lost. Yeah, so I'm just doing the position UI for it now. But yeah, something went wrong with the side camera there, so let's take a look at that. So my finished camera there is end race cam. So it's got its animator on it, which is this one. And the animation shouldn't be looping, which it's not. But the strange thing is, it stopped playing the animation when it was re-enabled, and it should have restarted it.
I also want to learn Unity. I will learn from a foreigner and improve my English.
Oh yeah, it's taken me a long time to get to this point. The best thing I think is just to sort of dive in, you know. Take it sort of one step at a time. But yeah, it's been a slow learning process, like to get to this point. Oh my god, and I would say I only really made huge improvements when I had the time to do it. So I've been sort of out of work now for about 4 or 5 years, and I've just been like honing in on this. This has been like my kind of like the main thing I've wanted to do, and my skills have just gone like straight up because I've actually got the time to do it. So back when I used to work full time and I used to do this like as a hobby, yeah, my progress was very slow. Because there's just so much to learn and you just don't have the time, and then you get home from work and you're kind of tired and stuff, so it's like, you know, I couldn't put the time into it that I can now, but since being able to put the time into it, like my skills have just gone through the roof. So it's very time consuming, very probably quite a steep learning curve, but some people are quicker learners than others. I'm a bit of a slow learner, gotta be honest, but yeah, I love it. It's this is all I really want to do now. Yeah, I'm trying to find out why that camera... I don't know why that camera wasn't playing. Overlay racing. Positions. So that TXT speed.
One day, I will make a game like Mario with you. My friend Bharat will join too.
So you're into like 3D platformers? Yeah, I wouldn't mind making a 3D platformer at some point. I wouldn't mind making, like, I think the dream would be to just make like pretty much every kind of game. So if you go to like my website, I've got a website and I've been making various things. But you know, Genshin Impact, so I like to make like mini games of Genshin Impact. So I made like a match 3 Hungry Paimon. So all the little mini game web events. So this is a little match 3 game that I made, and then I just kind of put it on the website. Actually, that was a stupid move. There we go. So yeah, this is like kind of what I like to do. Is I like look at a game. see what I like about it, and then be like, okay, how can I make this in Unity? And I streamed me like making all of this on Unity, so you can sort of see how I did it. And I think the code's still on GitHub as well for this, so you can sort of see how I did it. This one was a lot harder than I thought it would be. When I first played a match 3 game, I thought, oh, how hard can it be to match 3 things? Turns out it's a lot harder than I thought it would be. But yeah, it was a fun little project.
Very nice. Did you make it?
Yeah, I made it in about a week. This is like going back a couple of years now, I think. Oh no, it's only probably about a year and a half ago I made this. Something like that. But yeah, she'll crave a food item as well, so you get bonus points right now. If you give her the fries that she's asking for, you'll get like much more points because you gave her exactly what she wanted. So that's quite cool. And then you get obviously like exponential more score for like extra stacks that you manage to hit. And it all runs in the web browser, that's the best part. So you can go full screen. So you can play it full screen just in your browser. And I'm fascinated by it. This is what's so great about Unity. The fact that you can just play a game in your browser like this, and you don't have to download anything, you don't have to, you know, install anything. It's so cool.
There is a brother who made a game. If I send it to him in ITCIO, would you play it?
Yeah, I can check it out. But yeah, it's probably better. It's probably better if you add me on Discord. I use Discord really rather than WhatsApp. Do you have Discord at all? So I do have a Discord. Right, I'm just gonna play this if I don't stop. Oh, I ran out of lives. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that was fun. That was a fun little project. I also made like a little finch ball thing. So every time, basically for a while there, every time I saw, and this is the one that won. This is the one that I came second place on for Unity Games. And it's a game where you go around and you throw snowballs at zombies, basically. So you gotta kill zombies with snowballs. Yeah, this is the one I won second place for in last year's Unity Games contest. This took me like a couple of months probably. It was pretty rough, but this one's so much harder. And it's got a little story and everything. Yeah, this was fun. This was fun to make. Run the zombies over. Yeah, and you can just play this in your web browser as well. You don't even have to like download anything. You just play it in your web browser.
Good game. Our brother Rockstrogmaze made a game that can be finished.
Cute characters. The only comment is cute characters. It's a thankless job really, but you know, it is what it is. Right, so I want to place the number there. Probably. Yeah, like for a while, like to be honest, it took me a long time to finish a game as well, right? So, you know, I said I've been doing this for 12 years. I haven't really made that many games in that time though. I have started making dozens and dozens and dozens of games, but so many of them got just got kind of like, you know, that I just burned out on them, or I moved on, or I got stuck and couldn't continue. But as bad as that feels in the moment, what you've got to realize is like you're like learning so many things each time you do that. So each time you pick it up and then you try again. But that's how it was for me at least. And I've heard a lot of other people say it was like that for them as well. Like, I think a lot of people think they're going to learn a game engine and get into game dev, and they're just going to sit there and make this great game from scratch, like from start to finish, and it just rarely works out like that. You know, you sort of struggle a lot and you'll get so far and then you'll maybe get stuck, or you'll get burnt out and or even bored. Like that's happened with so many projects where I'll just get so far and get bored. But each time you do it, you just get like better and better, and you know, you pick up more things. And I think now, especially with like large language models and stuff, it's a lot easier than it used to be. But you've got to be careful with that as well, right? Because if you just get AI to write all your code for you, then you're never going to like learn, you know, how to actually do these things yourself. So it's kind of a little bit good, a little bit bad, depending on how you look at it. Alright, so we've got all of our controls here for our display. So, let's see
If you
about
want to
this.
play the game of the brother I call brother, can I send you the link?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. You'd probably be best sending it on. Well, you could probably. I don't know if you can link in KickChat. If you've got a link, you could try posting it in KickChat, but I don't know whether Kick lets you post links or not. I know Twitch does. Rockstar Games. Well, your brother owns Rockstar Games. Holy shit! I'll work for him. We're making GTA 7. That would be really fun, actually. Okay, let me think. I don't know whether I sent this name or not. I think it's fine. I'm also not sure about this this solid color here. I think I need to make like a gradient or something. So typically what I like to do is I like to grab my snip clips and I like to just grab the thing I'm working on and take a snip clip. That way I can go into Photoshop, just get a rough idea of what shape it is. So if I get a rough idea of what shape that is, and you can see I'm working on other stuff here. Okay, so now I have a rough idea of what shape that is.
Pika says,
I can crop
create
it.
GTA 6, then GTA 7, then GTA 8 all the up to GTA 999.
GTA. Where's the shape tool? There it is. Yeah, does it let you post the link on Kick or not? What the hell was that noise?
I can't send the link. How can I send it?
So you could try my Discord. Let's see if I can get you the Discord link. It's on. There it
Stream
is.
Elements posted a link.
Copy link address. Can I post the link? There we go.
Play Compile says,
Oh no, hang on. That's just ignore that one. That's not the actual link. That's my Twitch pop-up thing. That one. Can I delete that? Yeah, I can delete that. Yeah, that should take you to my Discord, and you can send me the link on there. So I should be like Cappy. My name should just be Cappy on there. And that's how most people send me links, and I can take a look. So let's have a look. What we want to do is we want to rasterize this rectangle, and the reason why we want to do that is so we can crop it. All right, and now we've got an area that we can try different things in. So I did like that initial. Let me get that initial color back. The initial color, which is now gone. Oh, shut up. There it is. Eye drop. Okay, so now we've got that set as our like foreground color. I guess if I grab the hex, I can set the background to the same and then sort of pick like a variation. If we go a little bit more yellow, maybe not that much, a little bit brighter, probably a little bit darker would be better actually. Let's have a look at my UI. We went with like white UI text and stuff, didn't we? Where's my Unity gone? There it is. Yeah, we've got bright. That one's kind of dark though. We could always change it though. This is gonna look terrible, I feel. Okay, I think lighter makes me feel better than darker. Okay, that one looks okay. It's something like that maybe. And then what we could do is even just like emboss or something, just to give it a bit of depth. Size up a little bit. Okay, and then that could be the new background now. Sure. We want to save PNG.
Since ads are about to run on Twitch, how about I tell you a joke?
Unity
I fear
projects.
for the calendar,
iDLE
its days are
girls.
numbered.
Assets. Alright, so we've got image, race position BK for race position background. That should be fine. And then if we go back to this image, set it back to white, we can do race position background. There it is. That looks so much better. Yeah, it looks so much better. It's a little bit cramped around here, I feel. So I'm just gonna sort of push that up. Bring that up. Bring that up. This is maybe a little bit big now. I'm just gonna shrink it down a little bit. Yeah, I'll probably look off stream though, because yeah, I'm obviously trying to get this done.
Ahmed Ray Gaming says, I sent you a friend request on Discord. Accept it and I will send you the game link.
Yeah, like I said, I'll probably take a look at that off stream, after stream. Okay, so yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so we've got our prefab and we've got our structure for our prefab. So what we want to do is go to our prefabs and make it a prefab. So positions, image background. So what I like to do is on the image background, give it a name so that we know what it is. So this is like, I guess this is like race girl position. So I'm going to call it the race girl position prefab. And then the first thing we're probably going to want to do is go to our race manager, which is not there, it's on here, and give it that prefab. I don't know, because we've got like racing UI though. Okay, there's so many ways of doing this. I'm not sure what the best approach is. We could put it on the UI because the UI gets.
Bro. You can check it later when you enter Discord, bro.
Yeah, I'll check it after stream. Thanks. Because the racing UI gets activated when the racing minigame gets activated. So our script could be running on there. I think I'd rather just have the racing manager handle it though, to be completely honest. Okay, so we're going to link race girl position, and we want to make sure we drag the prefab onto here and not the object in the inspector, because we want to actually instantiate it as a prefab. So we've got a race girl position, which we're going to give to race girl position. Alright, and then we can close these. We're going to need to link some of the UI. So we're going to need the grid component. So if we take a look at our grid component, it's a grid layout group. So let's define it as such. Right? And then we'll call it position grid positions. There we go. So we're going to add that one to the inspector. Okay, so we have our prefab, which we're going to instantiate on the positions. Actually, okay, there's a few ways we could go about doing this, because what we could do is we could just update the internal elements and keep these as set positions, right? We could just have set position 1, because we know there's 4 races. Set position 1, set position 2, set position 3, set position 4. But also, like, in my mind, I kind of want to animate these, to be completely honest. Like, as girls overtake girls, I kind of want to see it. I want to see like the order shift, you know, in terms of like animation. It's kind of tricky though. And also, if we're going to do that, we have to turn the grid layout group off, because if we leave it on, then that basically overrides all of the positions for the rect transforms. Also, I don't know whether that image is too big. But that's probably overkill for what we're going for anyway. So what I'll do, I think I now that I think about it though, yeah, I don't think it does want to be a prefab. Here's what I think it wants to be. Just a little bit too big. I'm just going to shrink that down a little bit. There we go. Needs a bit of breathing room, you know. Okay, here's what I think it wants to be. I think it wants to be race goal position 1, 2, 3, 4 on grid layout. So it looks like that. And if we look at our game view, we can see what that's going to look like. And I'm just going to pop this sort of over here. That's where I kind of think it wants to be. Could also use a bit more breathing space between each element. There we go. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Okay, and then that way, these are always going to be first, second, and already I'm seeing an issue with like the placement, so this is probably a good way to do it. Third and fourth, because I don't know, I'm not happy with the way these are kind of pushed right up to there. Like first looks good, but these ones are pushed up a little bit. So what this now allows me to do is to kind of create a bit of space, especially between second and third. I guess the text is just a little bit wider. So I'm just going to push those this way a little bit. And then fourth one's just a little nudge. There we go. And then that way they just feel like they've got a bit more space, you know. What we could also do is make these background images go down in strength. So just subtly, if we take 5 off each corresponding thing, then this one becomes sort of brighter. So we had 250, so we want 245. And here we want 240. Now it's barely noticeable, but you can sort of see it a little bit. We could go harder if we wanted, so we could try. Let's try it with 10. So instead of 255, we'd have 245. Instead of whatever this is, we want 235. And then 225. Yeah, so it just kind of gets a bit darker further down. Also, we could do a size thing as well. So if we turn grid layout off, what we could do is scale each one down a little bit. It wants to be very subtle, way more subtle than that. So let's take a look at scale. So scale is a 111, and it's mainly the X that we're interested in, right? So I think we could do 0.9. 0.9 is a bit much, I would say. Well, let's shave 2 off. Save shiv 3 off. 5. Okay, I'm happy with 5. So if we do 0.90 and then 0.85, and now what we can do is push these up to make like a little stacking shape, like a little pyramid shape. Yeah, I think that looks way better. Yeah, I think that looks way better. I'm also just going to take this one's down a little bit. There we go. Now the only downside to doing that is it's made the square avatar not square anymore. Okay, so here's what we're going to do to fix that. Rather than fuck around trying to make it look square, let's just put them all back to 1 in the X for now, so that they all become square. And we're just going to decouple each avatar image. So we want image back, image avatar on 2, 3, and 4. And we're just going to go and put them up there for now, out the way. Then we can go and make our size amendments. So we wanted 0.95, 0.9, 0.85, and then we can like stick these back in where we don't care about number 1. We do care about number 2. We do care about number 3. And we do care about number 4. Okay. Nice. Some reason. Oh yeah, it's because, okay, these might need moving slightly now. That one might even want shrinking down a little bit. She's 4th, nobody cares about her, okay? She's 4th, nobody gives a shit. Just move this one over a little bit. And this one just a teeny bit. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. So if we look at the way this works, then what we want to do is we basically want to complete the elements inside of these position markers based on whoever's in which position, right? So I think it probably is a good idea to just have a script that handles this UI side of things. And then what we can do is make the race manager pass on that information to this said script. So I'm going to go into UI and I'm going to create a new class and I'm going to call it like UI race positions. Okay, UI race positions. There it is. Okay, and so the first thing we want to do is ask ourselves, okay, how are we going, where are we going to pull our data from? So we're going to pull our data from Well, is if we link race manager, we can get most of it directly from race manager, to be completely honest. I don't even know if we need this. Alright, so we'll do a void unenable, I guess, and set raceman to, well, we're going to link it publicly. True. Okay. So I think all we really need is an update for this. So we just say for each race girl racer, girl runner, get runner in race manager, race man, sorry. What do I call them? Runners? What did I call it? Girls. Okay, now we have the runner, so we can get our position right. We also need, oh boy.
Pika says, I'll give you one fact in TOF Cappy. My recently 2 characters have been wiping the floors in Bygone, and I'm currently on floor 460 of the Bygone with my recent 2 characters not even fully built up yet, and they do tons of damage.
Jesus,
too.
Pika. You and your 60 paragraph messages. Public list of text mesh pro UGI TXT speeds. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through each element here and what it is that we're trying to set, and then we're going to link them in here, and then index 0 is going to be first place, index 1 is going to be second, etc, right? Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a pain. There's lots of ways of doing this. I don't know if this is the best way, but you know what, this is fine. This is fine. Right, so TXT speeds. So let's go through each one, right? We're going to want to update the image avatars. So we need a public list of raw image of image avatars equals new. Okay. TXT position is set. We don't change that because they're already in the right place. TXT name, however, is something that we want. So I don't know where that came from, but we'll change that to TXT names equals new. And then next is TXT speed, which we've got TXT speeds. And then laps is a container that has image lap 1, image lap 2, and image lap 3. So in order to pull this off, what we're going to do is we're going to define a color, and we're going to call it color
long messages then Cappy,
lap.
I'm done uploading the gameplay too, so you can see the build for each one of those characters if you don't believe me, Cappy.
I don't even know what you said. I'm sorry, I'm deep in this. I'm just trying to sort this out. Right, public color lap. How important is this? In Tough Cappy, 2 characters been wiping the floors in Bygone. Yeah, I don't play Bygone. It's so boring to me. I don't know how you can play that. It's so dull. As long as you're having fun. Glad you're having fun. That's cool. Right, so we basically want lap not complete and lap complete. So we'll do color lap incomplete, I guess, and public color lap complete, or maybe I don't know if it's the current lap we're on. Yeah, I don't know how am I going to visually show that. Originally I was thinking I would just light those up as the lap is finished, but do we want to light it up? do we want to light it up as it's... Yeah, I think we light it up when the laps are complete. That makes more sense to me. Okay, so we have a lap incomplete and we have a lap complete color. And then we're going to be changing the color of each of those squares as the girls complete the laps. I think that would make the most sense. Yeah. That's the thing that makes the most sense to me. Okay, and then for that we need the container for laps. So if we do a public transform of laps well, it needs to be a list of transforms because it's for each position, right? So we want a list of transforms, which is laps root equals new. Okay, so now we have to go and set all this up in the inspector, right? So let's make sure we do this correctly. So what we want to do is set an incomplete lap color. So we've already got one. So if we go to image lap, this color here is the one that we want for the incomplete lap. So we can go ahead and set that now. So if we go to positions, lap incomplete would want to be this one. Boop. And then lap complete, I think, wants to be like a bright blue version of that. Something like that, I think looks good. Okay, so for every single thing here, we want 4 objects of said thing because there are 4 runners. So each of these indices corresponds to each runner, which, well, it's not really a runner, it's a position, right? We've got to make sure we understand that distinction. And because this kind of jumbles things up a little bit, I'm actually just going to move these colors above the image avatars because it just, I think it would look better that way in the inspector. That's the only reason why. But it's just, I prefer it like that, right? Because now we've got race manager reference up here, our colors, and then we just go through and fill in our lists, right? So our image avatars would be image avatar from position 1, image avatar from position 2. Why is that not going in? It is. Okay, so image avatar position 1, image avatar position 2, image avatar on position 3, image avatar on position 4. Similarly, we want txt name from position 1, txt name from position 2, 3, and 4. Speed, txt, position 1, 2, 3, and 4. I sound like a fucking aerobics workout instructor. And then our laps container is position 1, 2, 3, and 4. Why are they rect transforms? I never asked for the rect transform. I asked for the transform. That's kind of weird. I'm not going to worry too much about that though. Okay, so now the next step is we want to give Jeopardy enough information so that it can complete the script for us. Okay, so we're going to make it clear what it is that we want. So for each girl runner, get runner in race man girls, we can go through in logical order and say, well, we need to calculate their positions as well, right? Oh boy. Yes, we do. Okay, this is where things get a little bit weird because of the way that I'm doing things. So, ordinarily, yeah, this is where things get a little bit awkward. Okay. Oh boy. So what we're going to additionally need here is a private list of texture 2Ds. Because normally in Unity, what you would do is you would just reference a texture to an image component. We can't do that because we pull the texture from the server and we don't know when, well, we do know when gIRLS are being updated. So what we essentially need to do is when a team is updated and we need new images, we need to pull those images as textures one time and one time only as the race loads. And then once those textures are pulled in, then we can swap them around in memory. So to do that, we need to store a list of texture 2Ds, which we'll call avatars. And yeah, I guess we'll call it new. So the first thing we need to do actually is on a void on enable, we need to say get avatars. Avatars clear. Okay, so on void, private void, get avatars, we need to still do this loop, but we want to say texture 2D. Oh boy. Right. This is where it gets kind of tricky. Oh fuck. I have to use my texture request and I have to use an event callback function. No, I don't. Yes, I do. No, I don't. No, I don't. I really don't want to do that because it's a pain in the ass. But then again, that's kind of why I set it up. The last time I used this was on my gacha system and I gave it a thing to send the thing back to, but I genuinely don't even remember how it works. And then I also have to set up like a weird little listener thing. What I could do is cheat, which is very naughty, but I think I'm going to do it anyway. But it's fine, right? What I can do is I'll start at the start of the race. We could just say no, because the race starts in like 5 seconds. It's not still going to be pulling images in at 5 seconds, is it? But you always you can't rely on that. Like you can't rely on that. Yeah, that's very naughty. Give me a second as well. I need the toilet, and somebody delivered something through the door earlier, but I didn't have time to get up and get it. I've just been so busy today. Sorry if I'm not engaging with the Tower Fantasy thing, but I'm just so busy with this, Pika. I need to like this is like, as you know, I've been working on this for months now, and I need to get it done. And I've been mad at myself the last few days because I've just, mind you, it makes sense with everything that's going on with the family right now, and then there's just other things, and my health's not great. Last couple of days I've just been absolutely exhausted, and I've wanted to get on with this and I just haven't had the energy. And today I actually have the energy, so I'm trying to make the most of it, because last few days I've wanted to really, and I have still made progress on this, but it's been tough. It's been like an uphill struggle, not like in terms of the technical capabilities or anything like that, but just in me and my body, in my existence. I've just been so tired, like and really hard to like get up and do anything because my energy's just been non-existent, and I'm like, why do I have no energy? And so today I've actually got energy, and I'm like, okay, we're putting this energy into this, and so that's why I'm just trying to get on with it while I can, because tomorrow I might wake up and feel like I did, last few days. Hopefully it's like a little, I think maybe I was just under the weather, and maybe it's just a bit worn out, and so hopefully that won't happen, but I don't know, because yesterday I was so tired, and the day before that, and I think I felt like that for half a week, I think. So it's nice to wake up today and have energy that I can actually put into this, and so I'm just trying to sort of make the most of it. So we've been at this 4 hours, still got the energy, still going strong, but I know that I'm going to hit a point where I'm like, fatigued, and so I just want to try and make as much progress as I can with what little energy we're given each day, Alright, let me go pee and go and see what's at the door, and then I'll come back and we'll carry on with this. Oh my god, sorry about all that. There's more stuff to do with down there than I realised. Right, I now have that. I need to do something about that. Right, so what we can do to cheat, I think, is we need 4 image components that we just store those images on, right? But you don't want to see them. So I'm going to duplicate these image components and I'm going to stick them here and I'm going to call them icon slot 1, icon slot 2, icon slot 3, and icon slot 4. And they want to be invisible with the alpha turned off so that we can't see them, because they're basically my way of cheating. It's fine, it's not that much of a cheat, it's just to save me doing all the event handler. Like, doing it the other way is just such a pain in the ass. So what I'll do is I'll list these icon slots publicly. So on enable, we're going to say for each girl runner in Raceman Girls, we're going to say texture request, new request equals new texture request. We're going to say new request dot URL equals get runner. We need girl ID. How are we going to get the girl ID? These are runners, they're not P-girls. So actually this wants to say for each P-girl, get girl in, and we need a system controller reference. So we need private system, system, and then if system equals null, then system equals game object find core get component sys, and then we can say for each get girl in system party select dot slots, here we go, get girl ID character girl ID, okay, plus dot png, and the pre-server code is system dot server root plus avatars. Icons avatars. Let me take a look on the server. I can never remember where it is because I reorganized it recently. I think it's icons, avatars. There it is, icons, avatars. Icons, avatars, plus getGirlID.png. Okay. Then we do new request dot image output equals, hang on, int index equals 0, increment index. Why are you over there? Image output is icons slots at index. There we go. Then we say system.
Stream Elements says, Cynthia is part of the crew for 4 months in a row.
Ah, good morning, Cynthia. Did she not say good morning, or did I miss it? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So we want system texture request. Text request. There we go. New request. Okay, so what all of that does is much of a pain in the ass. I'm kind of regretting that. But to be fair, it is genius, but it's also probably overkill for this project. But I don't know, right? I'm probably going to make the most of it, because what I'm probably going to do is generate lots and lots and lots of images for the story. I have some story written now as well. Lots and lots of images for the story, and then I don't need to worry about like memory and build size and all that lot. So it's good that we're doing it like this, but boy is it a pain in the ass. Okay, so what this is going to do is, as the UI is first initialized, which will be whenever we restart a new race or go into race from like 0 or from, you know, like cold condition or whatever, it will go and find the party of the race and then go and get the icons for the girls and store them in icons root, so that what we can do here is tell Jippity how to get those icons. So basically texture 2D is going to be, I'm going to do an int slot index equals 0, slot index slot index plus plus and texture 2D. How's it doing?
Why don't you to get your ass and at me a bit more?
What do you need help
I'm
with?
absolutely bastard knackered, you know that?
I'm not, but you
Running
look
about
as
here,
you
there and everywhere.
I've always said, if ever you
But
need
you
my help, all you got to
don't
do is
give a
ask me.
fucking shit, do you?
Of course I give a shit. That's why I jump whenever you ask me to do anything, but you need to ask me. You've been out, what am I supposed to do? Oh God, it's going to be a great day. Right, texture 2D, race position.
You better pray that I don't go down, Colin, because someday to finish you.
Oh yeah, I can't cope on my own, didn't you know? I didn't live on my own for like 30 years, what are you on about? Whatever it was, 20 years. Texture 2D. Fucking hell, this is great, wonderful. Let's just get this bit done, and then I've got to deal with all that shit. Like, if you want me for something, just ask me. I always do whatever you ask. Can't read fucking minds. You been out? What am I supposed to do? If you asked me to do something while you're out, I would have done it. But no, I'm supposed to read minds as well and just like do things without. Even though I always ask, do you need help with anything? She always says no. God, whatever. I'm used to it. It's just always like this. Right. Texture 2D. Int race position. Get runner race position. Texture 2D. Get icon is going to be icon slots at position slot index dot texture. There we go. Wait, why doesn't it like that? Because it's a texture, not a texture 2D. Okay, that's fine. So now we've showed it how we can get the icon. And then what else were we trying to fill? So we're trying to fill. So we need the girl's name. So string is string of name. String girl name equals. I might need to list the names up here with the icons. So where we have it, well, these can be private, I guess. So we have a private list of string of names equals new. Knew she was in a mood because she slammed the door when she came in. I think it's my fault. String get name is names at slot index. Okay. And then when we get avatars, actually I'll just call this init now because this isn't just getting the avatars. And in that way I can just say init. Needs a capital I though because I think init with a small I is reserved. Okay, yeah. And then as we're doing this we can say names add get go character we could just do name. Okay, so now we've got the name. So number of laps is get runner dot current lap. Okay, is that everything we need? So we've got laps incomplete, laps complete, which we're going to change the color of as we
Since
complete
ads
laps.
are about to run on Twitch, how
Icon
about I tell you a
slots.
joke?
Great, Miku, perfect timing.
Why did the Melons plan a big
As
wedding?
usual.
Because they can't elope.
Right, image avatars equals new. So we pull, oh yeah, we need to image avatars clear. So what we need to do is just image avatars clear at the start of an initialization and a names.clear so that we wipe out any old ones. And I think that's it. I think that's fine. I think from this, GPT should be able to tell us how to calculate the positions in real time and then update all of the UI. Or the speed, right? TXT speed. I think speed is a float, so we can do float speed equals get runner dot current speed. There we go. Okay, beautiful. It should have everything it needs now. So let's see if it can do this for us. I think I'll have to end the stream soon because it's going to be fucking World War 3 in here again. Wondering when the next fucking tantrum was going to be. Right. It's like, what am I supposed to fucking do though? I'm also trying to do stuff as well. I'm trying to fucking get on my life. If you want anything, you just have to ask. Oh, I can't fucking read minds. I always ask, do you want any help with anything? Do you want me to do anything? This is what really annoys me, right? Because like, if you ask, I'll do it. I've never once not done whatever you want. But what really annoys me is when it's all the answer's always oh no, and then this happens and it's like you don't give a shit. It's like, what are you talking about? What do you want me to do? Fucking drives me insane. It's fucking just shit. It's just really shit. It's really shit. Right. Anyway, let's get this done. Okay, can you help me? Nobody can help me. Can you help me calculate, update the UI with the girl runners? Can you help me update the UI with the girl runners based on their current position? Each UI element in a list covers positions 1 to 4 respectively. I think that's probably kind of obvious, but let's do it anyway. Right, we're going to make a new chat in case it's starting to hallucinate, so we have the best chance. To update UI elements, image avatars, TXT names, speeds, laps route according to the race positions of each girl runner, first to fourth, you'll need to match each runner's race position. I suppose it doesn't know, what I haven't taught it is how to get each lap individual square node. We'll have to do that part ourselves. So if you look at the laps, each container is linked, but it doesn't know that we've set it up so that we've got like image lap 1, image lap 2 and image lap 3. But let's see what it gives us. Right, so it's giving us a list of sorted runners equals a new list of girl runners. So yeah, I thought it would do that. So it's going to copy the current list of runners, which are in slot order, right? And then it's going to sort them, I assume, by position, so that it then knows where to pull all these from and then push them into the elements, right? It's like a push-pull thing. That's actually quite a short amount of code, actually. Let's see what we've got. Is this on top of my slot index thing? No, it replaces it. First sort runners by race position 1 to 4. Runner sorted runners I in original index, raceman girls, index of runner. Assign your elements according to position first to last. Image avatars I, texture, icon slots, original texture. Text TXT names I, text is names, original index. TXT speeds I, text is runner dot current speed, meters per second. I don't know what the speed would be. I might not put anything there. I might just put a number. Update lap indicators. Image lap, get child lap index. Oh, that's smart. Oh, that should work then. Yeah, that should work. And then on init, what we also need to do though is go and change those lap colors. So what I'll need to do as we initialize is say for each transform just T in laps route we want to say T dot find image lap 1 get component raw image color oh you motherfucker, color equals lap incomplete. So we're going to set all the laps back to incomplete as we start a new race. There. Okay, so that should just work on its own, actually, because it's already linked to the race manager. I'm already stressing as it is. I guess I'll leave positions on so that when racing becomes turned on. Alright, let's see it. This should be pretty good. If it works. No, it should be fine. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Alright, let's go. Right, we got a null reference exception. Yeah, no, the texture won't be loaded. Because we don't await. We let that thing do its own thing as it does its own thing. Also, those icon slots are in the wrong place. Was icon slots assigned? Those aren't supposed to be there. They're supposed to be there. Aha, I forgot to link them. Okay, that's probably what it's complaining about. 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's try it now. Finally have some energy to do some work, and now we've got World War III to deal with. It's fucking typical. Right, image out of range. Index is less than the size of the collection. Honestly, I just like fucking, I can't have a life. Image avatars I texture equals icon slots original index dot texture. Yeah, because texture is still null. Okay, so I guess what we could do is if icon slots original texture is not null, then go ahead and do that. Would that do it? Maybe? It's because it hasn't had chance to go and get the texture off the internet yet and push it into the thing. And we're trying to read the texture directly. But I thought Unity would have something where a null texture could still be, like, would still count as a texture. Because, yeah, it's null, but, like, it displays as, like, a solid white image. Oh, yeah, that's something else I need to do as well. Oh my god. Why is that not working? Okay, the first one is running. Okay, so now we've got lap image color. Wait, what? Okay, so now the null reference is happening on lap image, so I did actually fix that. So that's the good news. The bad news is this fucking thing doesn't work. Int lap index equals 0 to lap index laps root I dot child count. Okay. Image lap index equals laps root I get child at lap index. So it's basically going through child 0, 1 and 2, which should work, and then it should be getting the component of a raw image. It's getting component of image, that's why it's not working. It's making assumptions about how it's set up. It's getting a component of an image. That's why. There. I always use raw image. because image sucks. We've got a graph error on Unity. Null reference exception. Okay, we've got the girls' names. The good news is... Right, the good news is the text is working correctly. The bad news is there's still a problem with the images, but we're getting closer and closer. Right, the null reference exception is saying get response request to responses add get response because there is no response to send back. So why would it think that there is a response to send back? I don't understand the error. Process texture request is a null reference. It thinks it was not out. Why does it think it was not out? That would suggest the icon slots at index as a null reference as we set it into image output. Sliding door still. Oh boy, I love it here. So great. The only way I can fucking do this though, but can't even do this sometimes. Right. Raw image has no texture. Player XP. Why am I on player XP? I should be on racing. Racing, we've got the countdown, the positions, the icon slot. The positions has the icon slots. Yeah, I don't understand how this became null. If that is in fact what happened. We set the URL up. We set the output, which is a raw image container that we wanted to send the image back to. And we set it to icon slots at index. And index iterates from 0 to 4. Because we go through each slot in Party Slot Manager. So we end up going from 0 to 3 essentially. Which are slots 1 to 4. We send the new texture request through to system text request. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. The URL is correct, I assume. It looks correct. Oh, it's AVA. Would that cause that error though? Maybe. If I can't find it. Okay, I did make a mistake. It is actually AVA for avatar. I kind of regret doing that. The reason it was that is because they used to all be in root. So it needed a different file name. But now they're in folders, it doesn't need the different file name. So I think that's why I keep forgetting that it's got AVA in there. Alright, maybe that's the reason it wasn't working. So if I go... Oh God, I'm so fucking lost right now. Where is the thing I'm trying to... There it is, party select. Okay. Come on, you can do it, 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 you can do it. Also, it's a bit of a weird error though. Why would it fall into... Oh my God, I'm going to kill somebody. I'm actually going to kill somebody. I don't understand why... Okay, now we're back to this error again, where it's saying that original texture. Okay. It's less than the size of the collection. But that's... That is not the error I would expect to see. If the texture was the null reference exception, right, if it's a null reference exception, it's got to be coming from one of two places. It's either coming from image avatars, but they're all referenced, or it's coming from icon slots and they're all referenced. I could understand the texture being empty or null, but then this conditional check. Hello. This conditional check to make sure that that texture isn't null should stop a null reference exception from occurring here. So what I'm going to need to do is just let Jibbity know, right, it takes a little while for the images to come back from the server. I am getting a null reference here. But maybe I need to do a debug.log to see exactly what the index is actually set to. I mean, it's getting it from index of runner, so it shouldn't ever go higher than 3 or be less than 0. Let's see what it says. How can I avoid null reference? Is if the texture is still null. Okay, let's try that. I assume that's what's going wrong. Great catch, you're right to check for null, but the crash you're seeing isn't from the texture being null, it's from original index being out of bounds. Well, that's your code, mate. Why is this happening? Raceman girl's index of runner is returning an index that doesn't exist in icon slots. That's impossible. Names or other setup lists. Probably because the number of runners in Raceman Girls might not match. It always matches. It's always 4. Gaslighting piece of shit. Wrong. It's always 4. Safety check bounds and texture readiness. Okay, well now I want to know what that is. What is original index coming back as? Also, the null reference isn't sending me to names. It's sending me to avatars. So what are you even talking about? It's this line. Here's the same line it's always been. Okay, I need to know what that is coming back as. So I'm going to do an index.log and I'm going to find out what original index is. Okay, and we'll actually label it as original index. And I'll do it. Right, let's see what it comes back with.
The logic ain't logicking.
Correct. It rarely does. It really does. Now, every now and again, something catches me out. Something always catches you out. It's good though, keeps us on our toes. Right, let's see if that works. I'm so close now. I just need this texture null reference thing to stop firing and then I think we're good. Nope, still getting null references. What the fuck is going on? Original index is saying it's 0. Well, 0 shouldn't be out of bounds anywhere. Original index 0, 1, 2, and 3. So original index looks to be correct. So how the fuck are we getting a null reference exception on image avatars? Oh, we're doing it at image avatars I though, aren't we? Maybe it's I that's out of bounds then.
Venom.
Wait, is it adding new? Is it remembering to clear? No, because it instantiates the list within update. So for a minute I thought maybe it was stacking new sorted runners on every single frame. But since we declare and instantiate it here, that can't be the case. But I am curious what I is, so let's just find out what I is. And I is I. Okay, because something's out of range, which doesn't make any sense. What is happening? We're so close. So close. Alright, let's go. I am going to kill somebody. I is 0. Original index is 0. I is 0. This doesn't make any sense. I still think it's because those textures haven't come back. Image avatars at I, which is Jesus Christ. Image avatars. Oh wait, what the fuck? It's empty? Wait, what? Did I... Am I clearing the list somewhere? Oh no, we're just not fucking working. Where am I doing that? Oh my god, I'm such a fool. I'm such a fool. Yeah, I should never clear that list.
Law.
Actually... Yeah, okay, that was... What I meant to say was... Actually, I never want to clear that list anyway. Okay, I think that's it. There's always something. You always miss something. Alright, that explains it. Right, whatever. Whatever. Right, are we good now? Are we good? Can we complete a full race with updated race positions? And then icons should come in. Can we do this? Can we do it? Can we do it? Oh my god, I'm going to kill somebody. I'm actually going to kill somebody. What is going on? It's still saying it. Is avatar still cleared? Avatars? What image? Oh, it's image avatars that's being cleared. Yeah, which I'm doing there. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to clear them. I guess I would want to set them to null, but at this point I don't even really care. Yeah, I guess maybe I want to set them to null or something when I start a new race. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. I can't even think about new races right now. I just want to get one race working. Okay, we're good. This is it. I can feel it. This is it. This has to be it. If this isn't it, I jump out the window. Okay, live on stream. I should probably fucking do that anyway, to be honest, at this stage. Right. Okay. Oh, yes! At last! Okay, we did it. We did it. Why is it loading? I've linked the wrong thing though. No, I haven't. It's because they have invisible backgrounds, that's why.
Panthea says, congratulations.
Thank you. Alright, we're looking great. We need some music for this now. We need some music. Wait, are these updating? No, Zoe is in the lead.
Mutant Defense says, music time.
Yeah, we need music for this. Why does I swear Zoe always wins? Ooh, I thought she was gonna get overtaken there at the end. Little Little Sylvia at the right at the back. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, that was so good. I want to see it again. Now I'm guessing it won't just let me restart a new race though. When we want to restart a new race, we're probably gonna have a lot of things we need to fix. But you never know. Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, we need... Yeah, it's fine. We'll just reload it. We need to reset some things. And oh boy, by some things, I mean like a million things. Okay, that is a lot of... That is... Oh my god. The journey to get here was not easy. Okay, we need some music. Alright, let's go. Place your bets, place your bets. Who do you think's gonna win this time? Ooh, it's a close one. Himari's in the lead. Ooh, Himari's in the lead. Strong lead from Himari. Very strong lead from Himari. Oh, Sylvia just overtook Zoe. Zoe's last? Okay, Himari's still in the lead. Marielle's trying her best to catch up. She's miles away. Zoe's dead last. Zoe's lost it now. Even little Sylvia's beat Zoe. Yep, Himari's still in a strong lead. They do get like random speed boosts and things though, so even I don't know who's going to win. Wait, what? Okay, no, did that even work? Did Zoe overtake? Wait, there's no way. I don't know whether it's working. According to this, Zoe... that's got to be a mistake. Oh, wait, I'm not...
Low.
Wait. That might be a bug. I don't know though, because I do update when I do the calculate last position on the race manager. I do update each girls, but are they correct though? Yeah, I don't think these are being updated correctly. Right, let's see if I can remember where it is. Final result. Okay, get position. Right, in get position is RF position runners index of get runners. Okay, so the nice thing is RF position will have tracked exactly what order each girl finished in. So the winner was Capsule B. Who's Capsule B? She's Himari. Yeah, so Himari won. So the camera's looking at the winner and she's playing the winning animation. But this thing got confused. Now, why did this thing get confused? So if we look at her, probably because the capsule's saying the wrong position. It's saying that she's second. Yeah, so what's going wrong is this updated race position is wrong. Get position is RF position runners index of get runners collider. And then we update race position on get slot. Get slot. Oh, it should be -1, that's why. Wait, no, it shouldn't even be -1. It should just be slot index. Yeah, because if we only use it there, then we're doing an index of that. Oh no, because no, it is +1. Because position 1 is first, 2, 3, 4. So we count from 0 on index 1. Yeah, no, so that was correct. Hang on, I'm fucking this up so badly right now. Let's just undo everything. Get slot is slot index. Oh, I said slot index. It should be get position. Yeah, no, that's because I tried to fix an earlier bug where I did want to use slot index. But for this one, I want to use get position. As long as get slot is only affecting the race position, which yes, I think it is. Okay, that should have fixed it. Alright, so yeah, that's why the race positions got mixed up at the end. Okay. See it again. Should be correct now. Alright, let's bring some different girls in. Let's have you, and I don't know, you. Alright, Girl Brush is in the lead. The mighty Girl Brush. Overtaken by Chloe. Chloe's still in the lead. Okay, now the camera is looking at the wrong girl. I'm going to kill somebody. Okay, I'm going to kill somebody. Right, so we need, what it is, okay, slot index.
Progress.
No, yeah, progress, but regress. So we're back to the same error we were getting before. So what that means is we're using get slot. Yeah, we say winning slot, that's why. Winning slot is get slot. Winning slot should be... Winning slot should be... Oh my god. Fuck, what was I using before? Get position. Slot index, that's right. So winning slot should be slot index plus 1, I think. Oh my god, I've completely lost my mind. Right, winning slot. Right, get slot. When get slot is slot index plus 1, and then winning slot was being set to get slot. That makes the camera focus on the right winning girl. So that means we need to set winning slot to slot index plus 1. And then get slot wants to be get position. I think that's correct. Oh my god, my brain is so broken. I've been at this. How long have I been doing this? 5 hours. Yeah, I could probably need a break. I probably need a break. No, I think that's right now. It's because we needed to use a mixture of both. So for the race position update, we needed to use the position index, but for the camera on the girl, we needed to use the slot index. So I think that should be correct. Alright, Marielle's in the lead, that's correct. It was all correct anyway, like during the race. She's miles ahead, what the fuck? Marielle's so far ahead. Oh, Himari's starting to catch up. She didn't quite make it though. Yeah, now we're looking at the right. Yeah, Marielle's the winner. Yeah, we did it. We did it. Oh my god. Are the lap markers updating correctly? I wasn't really paying attention. Okay, this time I'm going to pay attention to the lap markers. But if the lap markers are working, then yeah, I think it's all good. We finally did it. She looks weird. I'll use her instead. There we go. Alright, just make sure the lap markers are lighting up as they complete their laps now. Oh, it's not doing it the way I wanted it to. It's showing lap 1 lit up. I mean, that's fine, I guess. But I was going to make lap 1 light up as they completed lap 1. But it's set it so that lap 1 is lit up from the start. Yeah, lap 2 got lit up. Yeah, that's working. Yeah, that's great. Man, he just finished their laps. Like, we're behind. Oh, gIRLS just overtook Nozomi. Holy shit. Yeah, also though, something broke in the my sideline camera. Oh my god. I'm actually going to need to kill somebody soon. I'm in the wrong thing. I'm on the UI. We can close that now. I think that's good. It's this one I'm looking at. So my end race camera is not coming on except at the end of the race, but for some reason the animation this would suggest that end race camera is not being switched off. Yeah, I know what's going wrong. I think I know what's going wrong. So we need to reset end race camera to false as we do a switch cam. I think that's why. Switch cam. Okay, that should fix that as well. And reset the animation. But it also seems like some of the cameras taking priority over it as well and hiding it. But I can't even begin to imagine what could be causing that. Alright, one last test. I just want to see if I can get that side camera working properly because there's something slightly up with it. Yeah, I think it's mostly done now. And I did want to register some of the speed boost events with the camera changing system, but I don't know. I feel like there's enough camera changing as it is. I might just scrap that idea. Because I think otherwise the camera's just going to change to rapidly otherwise. Wait, isn't Cat Girl in the lead? No, I guess she's not. Yeah, there we go. That's what was supposed to happen. Uma Musume's got nothing on me. Yeah, look, now that's working properly. And Girlbrush wins the race. The mighty pirates. Yeah, also I think I'll make that deceleration at the end take 15 seconds instead of 10 seconds. If I can remember where the fuck that was. Oh my god. I think I know where it is. It's around here somewhere. There it is. That will make it take 5 more seconds to completely slow down. Yeah, then I've got like a race result complete UI to do and stuff as well. Yeah, no, I think that looks pretty good. It's probably time for a backup, but I should probably take a break anyway. Got shit I'm gonna need to deal with. Alright, thank you for joining me. Thank you for the sub as well, Kathy. I appreciate that. I'll try and get some games. I kind of need to... See, I really wanted to get into this today because the last couple of days...
says, okay, take care.
The last couple of days I really wanted to work on this, but I had no energy. I don't know whether I was just a little bit ill or something, but I had like no energy at all the last couple of days. So I managed to do a fair amount, but it's like really slow paced, and a lot of it was done off stream because I was just so exhausted. So when I woke up today, I was like, okay, we've got to stream, we've got to work on this, we've got to get it done. 5 hours we've been gone. But yeah, I feel like this is really good progress. These are the days that I like, when I have the energy and I can put the energy into my project. And we do good. But sadly, I just wish every day was like that. But I guess there's a lot going on right now and things are just crazy. And yeah, I don't know, like I don't want to burn myself out on the project, so I do want to kind of play some games as well. But it's just, I don't know, the games are kind of weird right now though. Like, I'm enjoying Musume, but it is very repetitive and grinding. It's like, I don't know if I really want to do much more of that right now. Persona 5 sort of feels the same way. That's the problem with a lot of these gacha games, they kind of like descend into jobs after a while. Or they just go like... They just get so that they don't have a whole lot going on, and then there's just not much to do in them, so it's like I'll wait for a big patch or something. But yeah, that honestly just add enough hours in the day as far as I'm concerned. I wish there was more hours in the day. Alright, well thank you for joining me.
Cynthia says, they're a new mecha game that release.
No, not doing it. No more new games. I can barely handle the ones I'm doing now. I can barely handle the ones I'm doing now. Yeah, I need to like I need to get better time management in place, I think.
Mike Sparkle.
Alright, we'll cut Mike Sparkle off at the ads so he doesn't get his wicked way. And I will catch you guys next time. I might be able to come on later today and I might try and play something, but I just don't know. Yeah, things are crazy right now. Alright, I'll leave it there though. Bye.